In fact, we do have some movement on stage, and it's almost like a sunrise situation here because the dancers, four of them, are moving about the stage, and the lights are slowly going up. So in a minute, we'll be able to show you exactly what's happening. But I love to see this combination of all the dance groups from the association performing, because it really means that they're very serious about their work and getting involved in national dance.
Just about make out flambeau on stage. Male dancers presented to the female dancers. This, of course, is in celebration of the birth of Carnival, the burning of the canes, the Campbell riots. And as the lights come up, we can begin to see what is going on stage.
Well, this dance was choreographed by Joyce Curtin and assisted by Edison Lindsay. We get the traditional drumming assisted by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Force here, conducted by AFP George. That's our assistant superintendent.
The dance, Alison, is divided into three parts: confrontation, the procession and clash, affirmation, which is a calendar, and finally the dance of celebration or freedom. So we're looking at the first part, the confrontation, procession and clash. The policemen are on stage. Clash between the police and the rioters, and of course the police have been subdued. Now we can see one of the calendar dancers there in silhouette. Second part of the dance is the affirmation. These Campbell riots took place between the years 81 and 84. And in fact, the dance depicts the gathering of the slaves, full enjoyment of the celebration. And now into the celebration part of this dance, freedom and celebration. Tremendous effort indeed in the bringing together of so many dance troupes under the name of the National Dance Association, choreographed by Joyce Curtin and assisted by Edison Lindsay. This makes way now for Stickman versus Jamet with Horace James and Alison Brown. Alison's to the right of your screen, just barely making out there in the shadows. Horace coming into that pool of life. This is Alison Brown. As the Jamet.
You hear the drum and you see the dance. Now I go Jean, go have a prance. Whether in heaven or whether in hell, I, Goja, is king of Chantwell.
When you hear the bugle call, it's for Sophie Bella, the queen of them all. So come over here and make your play. I go show you how to dingole. They try to suppress we, but that is true. We just passed out Captain Baker, so who is you? They try to rule with force, but woman, I tell you, will always be boss.
Tonight, they're putting me to the test. You're going to have a chance to see all the rest. The King Calypso, as you know, is my fame. So don't forget to play the game.
All right, Mr. Groja, bring on your kings.
Bring on my kings. Look at you, you're playing fast. You come over here, you go get licks in your ha 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 ha. All right. Good job. Bring on my kings.
That is the end of the performance there, the Stickman versus the Jamette. I'm not sure who won that, but I think the statement woman is boss, probably.
King number one.
I'm sure Horace has other ideas on that one. Okay, so we're into the King of Carnival category, and our first King, Alison.
Yes, this is in fact Ray Hinkson here, in his portrayal, The Rise and Fall of Shaka Zulu. This is presented from the band The Glory of Africa, being produced by Nosotros y Nosotros. This costume designed by Gregory Morris and Ray Hinkson, decorated by Ray, Leslie Bob and Associates. The artwork on the costume done by Gregory Morris, and the band leader is Leslie Bob. Ray Hinkson in this beautiful portrayal, The Rise and Fall of Shaka Zulu. And you know, as we look at these costumes, there's so many things that are symbolized here. We have the silver, for example, representing the hope which Shaka proffered in the hope of a united Africa. We also have the gold, which is characterizing his rise to power, the glory of his reign. The red is symbolic of the bloodshed resulting from his unity campaign. Even the bronze means something. It demonstrates his fall. The black is death. And the green represents his continued influence. So, very large costume indeed. The king himself is sort of in the center of the costume, and although it is large, it is just held together by this piece of brace on his back, and he moves extremely well on the stage. Well, it seems they're making them make their first appearance very fast. Maybe he's just elected to do so, but it gives us now an opportunity to get ready for the second king who's going to appear in this competition. Remember that 8 of them got through to the finals tonight.
A legend of death and creation, Barry O'Geese. Number 2. History is characterized by its repetition.
The second king comes on in darkness, and he is the Saracen Blade, Barry O'Geese, from Mavericks Band for 1988. Some very special effects there for the Saracen Blade.
In the early ages, any person, Arab, Turk, or other, who professed
this enormous Saracen blade rising up into the sky is a symbol of death and creation, associated, of course, with Islam, a very powerful civilization whose might extended into up to the 10th century, when Charlemagne, the king of France, finally drove them out of France. A very interesting costume indeed. This tall scimitar rising into the air.
Here comes number 3 in the parade of kings.
It's Barry O'Geese, the Saracen Blade, from Mavericks for 1988.
One day, Congo Day.
Well, this is certainly the widest costume that we're going to see on stage here tonight. It just fills up the entire width of the stage. This is Spinning Top in Mud, worn here by Roland St. George. He is the king of the bands in San Fernando. And this is from the band One Day Congo Taste. Scorpio Productions responsible for this band. Andrew Lushu, the designer. The costume is made by Keith Sinansui and also Andrew Lushu.
Portrayed by the vermin and slushworms steaming at the base of the costume.
This masquerader here in 1984 was Fish Out of Water. He's been involved in masks for many years. In fact, he was king of the bands for the past 12 years. Andrew Lushu has been designing for a very long time, particularly stage costumes for productions in Montreal, Canada. He has a very unique style indeed and favors carved objects. He likes to use fabric in his costume. And this costume took about 3 weeks to complete.
Above all, Alison, Andrew always gives us masks with a message. The spinning top in mud, of course, is a comment on a modern man who is spinning his top in a quagmire of frustration. But quite apart from that, this is really a lovely, lovely presentation. It's all the primary colors of the rainbow, and there's a tremendous degree of movement in this one.
From the band, a tropical fiesta.
And now we have very pretty masks. This is Roderick Snell, Vision of Fiesta Beauty. From the band, Tropical Fiesta, Julian Bolden, a band that comes from Belmont, costume designed by Maurice Stewart and made by Maurice Stewart. This is Roderick Snell's second year as a king. He's been playing masks for 15 years, so we have one of the many veteran masqueraders who have crossed our stage over the last few nights. This costume is a creative interpretation of the beauty and joy of a fiesta or fete. And this is the kind of costume, as I mentioned in earlier programs, that one can easily translate from this stage of the Queen's Park Savannah to the Sambodromo in Rio. And 12 faces there on this costume, which signify the beauty of Carnival, of course, masks, which we associate with Carnival as well. And there are just 2 shades of blue in this costume, royal blue and turquoise, and I think this is what makes this costume particularly beautiful and striking. This costume took 3 weeks to construct. It contains 2,000 plumes, lots of sequins and braids, iridescent foil, plastic molded faces. Faces were done by Maurice Stewart and Malcolm Thorne of Thorne and Celestin. It's 5.2 meters high and 5.5 meters wide. Mr. Snell is a self-employed mechanic, and I think this is really a tremendously beautiful costume.
Yes, and also the fact that it is an enormous costume, but he is able to move it so beautifully that he is in fact getting a great deal, I'm sure, for the spirit of Carnival, because he maneuvers it well, and those thousands of plumes that Maurice was talking about are just bouncing up and down on the stage here, and very effective indeed.
This is really pretty mask. You know, we've seen a lot of intriguing and very interesting costumes, but this is really what we would call very pretty.
Coming on stage in position 5. From the band, Dimanche Gras.
Well, we see here the 5th contestant. Remember, there are 8 of them who are in the finals. This is Wendell Brown here, and his costume is called Jason the Golden Fireman. This is a costume that placed 3rd in the semifinals. He's going to get a bit more movement in the costume, and a lot of people have been wondering about the fact that the firemen on either side of the king move so well and exactly the way that he moves. Well, apparently it is a very simple engineering technique which was used to create this very entertaining effect. And we're told that he did not have to practice at all prior to the preliminaries. He just got into the costume, and because of the way the engineering technique has been carried out, it is attached to his cuffs with aluminium rods, and anything he does, the other 2 firemen will do as well. Very clever indeed. Wendell, of course, is no stranger to the stage. However, this is the very first time that he's playing in King of the Band. Before that, he used to be an individual with the band, but this year he decided go for it and try for the King of Carnival title. The costume, by the way, designed by Neville Hines, who also made the costume.
You know, the other costume I said was pretty mask, but this is one of the most delightful presentations that we've seen in many a year. You can hear from the reaction of the crowd that they're really loving it.
Of course, seeing that it is paying tribute to Jason Griffith, Jason Griffith, the band leader, said that he felt that after all these years, all the hard work that Jason has done to promote Sailor Mask in Trinidad and Tobago and to make sure that it stays every year, no matter what happens, Jason Griffith from Belmont, his band, will be seen crossing the stage.
And of course, Jason Griffith just does not make just sailor mask. It's very special sailor mask, and it's sailor mask that is heavily researched. We are, of course, looking forward very much to seeing him, particularly on Carnival Tuesday when they come out in all their finery, because we've seen some of the earlier costumes from Jason Griffith's band, and it really promises to be a very glittering display this year. This tremendous and very exaggerated sailor collar, which as well is synchronized with the movement of the two figures on either side of the masquerader, makes this really and truly one of the most intriguing costumes we've had for this year.
Well, I think also, although it is not one of the largest costumes, sometimes you wonder how long does it take anyone to put a costume like this together. As a matter of fact, the costume that went before, which was much bigger, took just about 3 weeks to make. This one took 2 months to decorate, and I suppose the structure as well for them to try it out.
You know, Alison, I think as a masquerader, this must be a tremendous mask to play, because he is in complete control of this mask. You know, he can do whatever he wants, because whatever movements he makes are going to be repeated with these two little effigies on either side.
You were saying that you look forward to seeing this costume and the band on Carnival Tuesday. I think this costume will be a tremendous hit on the streets of Port of Spain as he moves through, and I think it will take people by surprise, because they will really feel that there are 3 masqueraders pulling it along.
As I look at it on the monitor, I can't help but get a feeling of this is almost like a Walt Disney type of creation, because it's almost like animated cartoon we're seeing, except of course it's here on the stage in real.
And coming on stage, ladies and gentlemen, in position 6. Any moment now.
He moves in from the east quietly. Certainly the most spectacular costume we've seen on stage this year.
Number 6.
By a very young and new designer, brand new to this particular arena. This is Sean De Freitas, masquerader, designer, the visitor.
Sean De Freitas from the band Out of This World.
He comes from the band Out of This World, a band by Edmund Hart. And again, special effects. The spacecraft, as it lands on Earth,
the drama and spectacle,
and the pilot, one would imagine, comes out of the spacecraft.
on its first visit to our
Tremendous
planet,
ovation here for this very intriguing
never before
costume.
witnessed by man. Sean De Freitas.
And congratulations to Sean, because this year, his first year really at a dog mask on this scale, and he's got both his king and his queen in. This costume is very topical. It's very much, in fact, the kind of costume that appeals to a lot of teenagers, because we've had a spate of these Star Wars films and films dealing with space and aliens and invaders, a lot of cartoons as well. So in fact, it is a costume that fits in with the mood of young people nowadays, inspired by Steven Spielberg's movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. The visitor, of course, is an alien robot. And if we've seen the movies, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, we can almost get a glimpse of this. And this spacecraft is more than just a spacecraft. It keeps on reminding me of a tremendous stained glass window as well. These are one of the mishaps. Sean is a strong young man. Just a minor setback. This costume is 6.25 meters high. There goes another one of these jets popping away, projecting into yet another part of planet Earth. So its height and width are 6.25 meters each.
The visitor,
Beautifully balanced
is obviously
costume.
unfamiliar with the terrain of
From this
planet
young
Earth.
designer, Sean De Freitas, the visitor.
Well, I think, Morris, the marvelous thing here is when you have a 22-year-old producing a costume like this, that it just makes you realize that Carnival has influenced so many people, and they've been involved with it for such a long time that we don't really have very many problems to worry about for the future of Carnival
It
in
makes us
Trinidad and
certainly
Tobago.
look forward to work coming out of Sean in years to come.
Well, here on stage now is Teddy Eustace, and of course, Tedder is always welcomed here on this stage because he's been crowned King of Carnival on several occasions. In 1975, you remember, with Cockfight, 1977 with King Kobo, 1985 The Big Fisherman, and here he is tonight with a portrayal, The Savage. This is from the band Savage. Teddy Eustace, besides those victories, has also played in other costumes that have come second and third in this competition. And this, in fact, was the costume that was second in the preliminaries. Lots of ribbons and faces have been added to the costume. And even more since the semi-finals, we find that more and more things have been done. Tedder is a mechanical engineer, which obviously helps him with the building of a costume of this size. It was designed by Paulette Eustace, and it was made by Tedder Eustace, Paulette Eustace, Marcus Eustace. My goodness, the whole family got involved here. They were assisted by Horace Hossain, Winston Tappin, and Dave Albert. So the credit has to go to these 6 gentlemen who put together this costume, which I must say is it's the sort of thing that you see, it grows as the days go by, because it's very different to the one we saw in the preliminaries.
Indeed, it has grown, and actually I think it has grown in us as well, this particular presentation.
Savage is coming out this year. It's the first time that this band is going to be on the streets of Port of Spain. And it's a new group who've got together. Oh, it's a very good thing, of course, because it means expansion of Carnival, more competition, and it could only do... There's nothing wrong with having competition and more people involved.
Our next king is Junior Regrello. He comes from the south, and he plays second in the King of the Bands in San Fernando for 1988. And his band, his mass is the Bassman from Hell from the band Road March by Mass Trinidad. The Bassman from Hell.
Mass Trinidad Road March.
This is a pictorial presentation of the life of a panist and his instrument. The designer tells us that the fire in this costume links the hell he envisages with the hell he experiences right here on earth. Fire burns, so too does the panist burn with the pain of rejection. But I think as well the panist also burns with the beautiful music that is created every year in Trinidad, and the beautiful arrangements that so many of our very talented arrangers create every single carnival. I think too often at Carnival we use Carnival as an expression, as a vehicle to express our frustration, but there is so much that is positive about it. And even though in fact this costume is one of the costumes that underscores the protest aspect of Carnival, nevertheless I see in it so much beauty. A beauty that is a pan, beauty that is a music that is written for pan, the beauty that comes from the hands of the arranger and the brains of the arrangers that create so much tremendous music at Carnival.
It's interesting to note some of the 8 kings who've appeared here tonight on stage. There's the 2 kings from San Fernando who have made a statement with their costumes. The one earlier on designed by Andrew Lushu, spinning top in mud, and this is the type of mask that Andre likes. And of course, now that we see Junior Regrello on stage in this Steve Muradali costume, also saying something in their art.
Steve Muradali is a very talented South artist, and I'll never forget the costume that he made last year, the fantastic centipede that he created against this beautiful emerald green background, which apparently is right now on display in a museum in Indianapolis, I think. I'm not too sure.
That's right, it is in fact in Indianapolis, in a museum.
Regeneration.
In a museum,
okay.
that's right. And that brings us to the end of the Kings parading on stage. They will be coming back, making a second appearance. But right now, it's a good time for us to take in a few messages.
I am going.
Take your money where the taste is more. Almadine School of Accountancy proudly announces its expansion program to Port of Spain and Curep to commence mid-March 1988. For further information, telephone 652-1357 or 652-9116.
A look that led to an evening. A mistake he'd regret all his life.
Honey, oh, I'm not going to be ignored. You have an affair with her.
It's gonna stop.
It's going to go on and on until you face up to your responsibility.
What responsibility?
I guess you thought you'd get away with it. Well, you can't.
Michael Douglas, Glenn Close. Fatal Attraction.
Opens Wednesday, Deluxe in Vistarama, Port of Spain, Ritz San Juan, Monarch, Tunapuna, Ecolite, Chaguana, Santa Bosco, San Fernando. Adults 18 years and over.
Another of Colonial Life's plans is the flexible premium annuity, designed for those business and professional persons concerned about a secure future after retirement. It guarantees a monthly pension. You pay what you want, when you want, without fear of your policy lapsing. In addition, 100% of your premiums are tax deductible, provided it does not exceed 1/6 of your chargeable income. And you can take home 25% of the capitalized value at maturity, tax-free. And especially for you, the business and the professional man, a very sound investment. The flexible premium annuity from Colonial Life.
Put the pieces together in the Milo Jigsaw Puzzle Contest and win an all-expenses-paid trip for two to Montego Bay, Jamaica, plus several other sporting prizes to keep you in tip-top condition. Milo, the official food drink of our team in the '88 Olympics, will donate $1 to the TNT Olympic Association for every completed entry received.
With TCB Styling Mousse, you won't be puzzled about styling your hair. In minutes, you can create any hairstyle you want. Your style will last all day and your hair will feel soft and natural. TCB Styling Mousse, all you need for beautiful-looking hair.
A shout, a blast, it's a flight, it's a fall. A face in the crowd, it's having it all. It's making a date, it's the time of the day. So if it's no more, you got something to say. Just how you feel when you know it's for real. You can't beat how it feels, it's a tough, cause the color is it.
Well, we're back live at the Savannah, and we're getting ready now for the appearance of the Queens of Carnival in the competition. And on stage is Marlene Graves in her presentation, The Bride of the 25th Century. This is from Edmund and Lil Hart's band, Out of This World. The designer here is Sean De Freitas, who, as we all know by now, is the king of the band for Edmund Hart with his costume, The Visitor. Marlene has been playing Mass for about 18 years, and she tells us that she always has an absolute ball when she's on stage. She totally enjoys herself, and she just completely forgets that there's an audience. Her main thing is to get this costume to move, and all she hears is the music. She's a dress designer who loves to cook. She has 2 children, 18 and a half years old and 17. The costume is based on the assumption that there is life in outer space. And the bride here is an alien from the 25th century who, having spied us Earthlings, models her wedding dress after one of ours.
This certainly is an evening of special effects. We just had a whole set of confetti coming out of that little mechanism at the very top of Marlene's costume. We've had some explosions earlier this evening. We'll see what's in store for us later on with the other costumes that are coming on.
Well, of course, confetti is something whenever we have weddings that it has died out a lot now. You don't see too much of it, but I think it was a lovely tradition, and even the showering with rice.
It's very nice to see in a band where the king and the queen of the band actually match. The themes are there, because both Sean and Marlene are both robots. And you have the same circular shape of costume, except of course you had Shonzo, which was a vertical shape. This one is this enormous skirt. And from the back, of course, it is a total bride's outfit. It's one of these costumes that presents different facets as she turns.
I know that a lot of additions are done to various costumes, and I can see what they have done here is they've in fact added like a pink net below the costume, which in fact gives it a very sort of cloudy effect. You get the feeling of that outer space.
And coming on now to the Queen's Park Savannah's big stage is Shirley Carpet, and she is Morning Star. Her band is Dimanche, designed by Neville Hines. Shirley is a Sioux princess, but she's a Sioux princess that is no more, because what we're looking at now is her celestial form. She's died. She's fasting. She went into heaven, so we're looking at, in fact, Shirley Carpet, the Morning Star, the angel, up in the celestial realm where all people from her tribe go, kind of nirvana for the North American Indian tribe. Shirley started to play Mars in 1979 when she was queen for Showcase Associates, and she has been queen on 5 occasions, we're told.
Well, it's interesting to note as well, Maurice, that this is one of the costumes that also has a king counterpart who made it into the finals. There are just 2 bands who've been able to do that this year, and that is the band Out of This World and also the Mas Inouï. Those are the 2 bands that have both a king and a queen in the finals here, Dimanche Gras.
Certainly is an unusual year because Edmund Hart tends to shy away from having kings and queens, and yet this year he's got both the king and the queen.
That's right. As a matter of fact, on stage now we have Wendy Calichuran, who is from the band Ivan Calichuran's Sunshine. This presentation is called The Light of Day, and it was designed and made by Bobby and Sally Akbarali. Wendy portrays the sun embodied in an elaborate chandelier, giving support and protection to its elements and rays from any force of destruction. Wendy has represented Trinidad and Martinique at their carnival celebrations. There she was awarded a trophy for the most spirited competitor and also the best represented country. So she did a lot there to promote our culture in Martinique. This costume is rich in detail, the kind of detail that we have come to expect from Bobby and Sally Akbarali. They have been involved in costume making, queen making for so many years, and they have been successful, and it's nice to see that they have entered the carnival arena, and I'm sure they're going to make their mark here as well.
Wendy's such an exuberant masquerader. I really enjoy every year seeing her play masks because there's such this tremendous sense of fun. Sometimes some of these masqueraders you can see a pained expression behind all of the makeup and stuff, but not for Wendy. With Wendy, this is fun. It's as glittering and as sparkling as this costume is itself.
And she looks so young and lovely on stage. It's hard to believe that she's in fact a mother of 3, and she works as a midwife. Wendy has been involved in carnival for many years, of course, but this is just the 3rd time that she's playing queen for the band.
Queen number 4 this evening, just about to make her way on stage from the eastern end of the stage. And as she comes on, we have the Enchanted Swan, Anastasia Elena, from Neville Anning's Fanbearers Festival, costume designed by Leroy Chen. This is Leroy's 3rd attempt at designing a queen for Neville, and she represents an enchantress appearing as a swan with all the brilliant colors. And Alice and I suspect that work has been done on this costume since last we've seen it. Seems to be more sparkle in this presentation.
I have a feeling that it might be in the piets that have been added to the wings of the swan at the front of the costume. Before they were just very plain and braided, and now the piets have certainly given it a better visual impact because it is really glittering there.
It's one of these costumes that very often reminds me of very fine jewelry that was done in Florence by those Italian craftsmen of, 2-3 centuries ago. This is her first year as a Carnival queen. She's been Best Village Queen for Laventille in 1980, and 8 years later, here she is on stage in a costume that is another one of these very happy, light, happy costumes that move with a tremendous sense of fun and gaiety.
As a matter of fact, we do not have the information about the wire bender, but I think he ought to be given very special tribute because that head is beautifully carved. It is very, very realistic indeed. And that long neck of the swan. An enchanting costume.
And she is the Enchanted Swan, Anastasia Allain, from Nevin Aving's Banderos Festival.
I'm sure you're all making notes at home, deciding who you think ought to be the winners in this category. Here is Brenda Joy Fahey, and she's from the band Heat. Her costume is called Hot for So, and this band is being produced by Platinum Productions, the designers Martin Luby and Robert Miller. It is in keeping with the portrayals of this new band. Bernard portrays heat in all its essence. And I think for those of you who have been following our television coverage in the preliminaries and also in the semi-finals, you must know that we are tremendously fond of this costume because it is certainly not one of the very large structures in the competition. It's very small in comparison to the others, but Brenda Joy Fahey is masquerade extraordinaire. She just moves that costume and the effects that she's getting. And as a matter of fact, I think the effect of the back is so glorious that it is wonderful that she's standing in front of the judges right now.
I can't think of anybody else who could make this costume come to life as Brenda Joy is doing, because I've seen this at various angles on our monitor. I've seen it in the newspaper, and this is a costume that tells you exactly what it is. It's this lovely ball of fire, and I think it's all credit really to the designers, yes, naturally, to the person who decided to choose Brenda Joy to play this, and to Brenda Joy for making this costume come to life and giving us so much joy here for Dimanche Gras.
You know, I think the statement you made earlier on about queens or kings in costumes looking pained, one could never say this about Brenda Joy Fahey. She has the most glorious smile on her face. She's comfortable. She's at home. This is where she belongs, on the stage.
Number 6, from the band Lazarium.
The lights have been turned down again, and that is because we have yet another costume coming on the stage. And knowing Wayne Barkley, I'm sure that we are going to have some special effects here. This, of course, is the costume that came first in the semi-finals. Nicole Cobban standing now in front of the judges.
There is a special laser gun in this costume that she is aiming towards the judges. Perhaps before the lights come up, if she aims it in one of our cameras, we'll get a very tiny beam of red light. After all, she is Laser Lady, and this laser gun, Wayne got, I think, all the way from Germany, actually. It's absolutely, we can't really get it properly on our monitor, but on the stage here, it is absolutely beautiful, because George Williams, or is it Clarence? Probably Clarence, it is Clarence at this stage, is bringing up those lights ever so gently, and they've moved into such a rainbow effect of color, into a costume which is at the same time beautiful and menacing. It's like rockets about to take off, like I would imagine what the Stalin organ must look like. This is Laser Lady, costume designed by Wayne Barkley. It's Nicole Cobham who is playing the mask. It's from Stephen Lee Hyung's Lazarium. And so much in keeping with what seems to be, Alison, the theme for 1988 Carnival, Woman is Boss. Here again we have yet another bold statement about today's woman. She's aggressive. Costume unfolds like a beautiful lily. There is this juxtaposition in this costume of that which is lethal and yet that which is so beautiful and fragile. It's solid and yet fragile. And of course, this costume could be done by nobody else but Wayne Barkley, who is such a master of detail, clean, fine lines. a costume that is a tremendous use here of foil and plastics. And of course, we're using lights here, the primary colors, and as the costume moves on stage, it picks up the reflection of all these various lights. She's a lady who reflects the disco age. From the dance halls and discos, the medical science and technology, this laser beam lady has found its place in the world today.
You know, we were talking earlier on about additions to costumes, and I spoke with Wayne Barclay backstage, and I said, he was just standing there looking at the costume. I said, Wayne, enough is enough, don't put any more. And he says, Alice and I haven't touched the costume since the semi-finals. So it means that he was absolutely satisfied with what he had done, and we're seeing it exactly the way it was. This here on stage now is Stella Supersad, and Stella is from the presentation Borokit No Borokit Paharo. The designer here is Steve Muradali, and it is made by Howell Puran, led by Dennis Samlal Singh. He's the gentleman in charge of this band, and Stella, this is her second year as the Queen. She made it to the preliminaries before. Now she finds herself on stage. She finds as well that the stage looks extremely large when she gets on it, but I don't think she has too much of a problem there because her costume is also quite big. This band won the best design at the launching of the NCC's Carnival in Arima, as well as San Fernando. That's the little innovation that they have started where you take the photographs and drawings of your designs and they are judged to see who has the best presentation. She's also the South Queen of the Bands for 1988, so already she has one success and she's looking for another one tonight.
And here is yet another costume where the designer has got both a king and a queen onto the finals. Steve Muradali has had a king with, the name escapes me just briefly. The bassman from Hell. And here we have Borokit. No Borokit Paharo. It's a very interesting concept actually, because we have this peculiar combination of what is obviously a bird. So, you know, it's a Borokit, but no, it really isn't a Borokit, it's a bird, and it's very oriental in its execution. And now this delightful presentation by June Gardner, a lady who lives out in Queens and who comes down every year to play Carnival here in Trinidad. She's been playing Mass with Garrett for 8 years, and she just decided she wanted to make it to the big stage tonight. So whether she wins or not, this is her moment of glory that she's been looking forward to for so many years. Bacchanal Woman. From Raul Garrett's Mass, Anoya, a costume designed by Chris Santos, a close-up there of the buttocks of this costume. And that effect, of course, is that her skirt is pivoted on fiberglass rods to give it that play. So that when she moves, you get this lovely rhythmic move of the cheeks of the buttocks, left to right, left to right. An enormous Spanish fan type costume, and we can see the eyes of the fan of the costume. Of course, this is based on David Brothers' Calypso, Bacchanal Woman, and one of the lines is, what it is you hide behind your eyes. She holds in her right hand a fan, and in the left she holds the traditional pink wire mask of the Dame Lorraine. A very richly worked skirt here for this Bacchanal Woman, designed by Chris Santos from Raul Garib's Mass, Anoyo, and the masquerader, June Gardner.
Yes, and of course, the designer of this costume has been successful in Carnival. We'll remember that in 1981, Janet Rollock played Saucy Simonetta, and she won the Queen of the Bands in a costume there designed by Christopher Santos. He also won with Tessa John with Tiffany's Treasure, so that Christopher Santos knows exactly what the right combination is. That costume came first in the preliminaries. It moved down a bit.
We're moving now from a dove mass. That was the end of the competition for the King and Queen of Carnival. And Alison, what we're looking at here is the junior queen of Carnival, Shelley Ann Joseph, the African queen from Richard Bartholomew's tremendous band, The Color Purple. You can see that she's an African violet, a strong African accent, those enormous shields that she wears in front and behind her. And then she has these very stylized spears that are covered in plumes. So this is Shelley Ann Joseph, her portrayal, the African Queen, and she is the junior Carnival Queen for the NCC for 1988.
Well, the Color Purple was one of the popular bands parading here on the stage. Wherever they went to competition, they were given tremendous applause because it really was a very clever concept indeed. And Richard Bartholomew had so much energy when you see him getting his band ready to come on stage. It is wonderful to see how he manages to get the spirit of carnival from all the children, and obviously he speaks about them and he speaks to them before the competitions, and he lets them know how important it is, that spirit of carnival. They are very well disciplined and yet they have such a good time. And this here is the junior king, also from the band The Color Purple. This one is called the Purple Dragon, and this is Stefan Solomon. This costume designed by Morris Harfide, and Morris has concentrated here on the dragon's face. In the Seroptimus competition, this costume also won the Junior King of Carnival. These costumes are quite large for these kids, and they're having no problem at all. I see that a lot of satin has been used there in that dragon's face. It's a weird combination here, this one, the purple dragon, because usually I would have thought that he would have used much more scales, but it's almost as if he's put it into an Indian costume as well. Lovely concept.
Yes, there are many influences here, of course, and it's a very abstract interpretation of a dragon.
Lovely. Well, those are the two reigning monarchs in the Junior King of Carnival and the Junior Queen of Carnival competition. We are looking forward to Calypso coming up soon. In the meantime, let's take in a few messages.
We're getting ready for the queens and kings as they pass once more across the stage.
Happy, vitamin-enriched, all-purpose white flour. Top-quality flour that costs you less, but gives you more. Bakes, bread and cakes stay fresh longer. And Happy makes roti and paratha softer. Fluffier too. Happy all-purpose white flour. Guaranteed satisfaction.
We are all one people, a nation and a nation-building bank. We are all one people, structuring a solid foundation, molding our land. Together, we continue to link needs and services and forge ahead to better times. A nation and a nation-building bank. Republic, bankers who care.
Republic Bank.
The pride in expression and the satisfaction of creating an enduring work are the rewards of consistent effort. Especially when the practical appeal has kept pace with the passage of time. Inspiration breeds innovation, and the value remains constant. Consistent and enduring. Broadway, for real smokers.
To a child with a cold, there's nothing better than Mummy's loving care and Vicks Vapor Rub. Mothers know that Vapor Rub's medicated vapors help ease chest congestion, clear stuffy noses, and quiet nighttime coughing in a way no tablets or capsules can. There's nothing better than Mummy's loving care and Vicks Vapor Rub.
because it's better for her children.
C, as easy as 1, 2, 3, as simple as go, re, mi, C, just as easy as C.
Easy One is formulated to make hairstyling simpler, quicker, and a final look smarter. Make sure your hairstylist uses TCB Easy One Curl System. TCB, used by more professionals than any other.
As easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me. 1, 2, 3, TCB.
You're right with red side. Oh, come again. You're right. Yes, you're right. You're right with red side.
We have. We're back at Queen's Park, Savannah, and very soon we are going to be witnessing one of the very important moments in any carnival celebration in Trinidad. That is the judging of the Calypso monarch. We have with us Alvin Daniel, who is going to be working with Alison and myself on this particular part of the program. The judges for this once more are Tony Mitchell, Andrew Boyce, Pat Bishop, Desmond Wade, and Jocelyn Pear. And Alvin, perhaps I can ask you to come in at this stage and just talk generally about the Calypsonians this evening.
Okay, we have got 8 Calypsonians lined up. Tambu, Bali, Protector, Stalin, Gypsy, Crocro, Tigress, and Denise Plummer. And perhaps what we can do for our viewers is to go through what the judges are going to be looking for tonight. I know every Trinidadian likes to be a judge in their own right. So if we go through the criteria and explain what the judges tend to look for, it can make it easy for them. Well, lyrics carries 30 points, melody the same as lyrics, 30 points also, rendition 20 points, presentation 10, and originality 15. We have a little action on stage and perhaps we should let our viewers follow it.
Who really is the best in this country? This crowd gonna tell you if they're singing good, but not like you, Mr. Grosha. Huh. Huh. Mr. Grosha, your mouth like a tray. I'm sure that you does breathe.
You like that? I know you like that. Come, come. Since you're playing so bold and Queen of Calypso, let me hear you now. See what you know. I shall sing it to you in song, and you must tell me where it come from. Now, let me hear where they have to say. The last time I see you like you had Coco Bay, I want you to sing this tune, your Rukung Kutung Kung, Santi Manite. Now, let we go and look and see if we could find some old Calypsonians. Because if both of we ever start singing, the next thing you know, we end up like Gypsy, we looking down one another and all kind of thing. You wait there for me, I put it down this here, and I gonna look. All right, bring on the young and the old Calypsonians. Come over here. Then we
Ladies
go and
and
look for
gentlemen,
them. Come.
presenting a tribute. Calypso Countdown 1939 to 1987. A tribute
There's a
to the
Calypso
first
countdown going
official
on
Calypso
in the years 1939 to 1987. Alvin?
Yes, what we have coming up, in fact, is a bit of a surprise in that we have former Calypso kings going to do a special presentation. We have Growler, Mighty Striker, Mighty Duke, Dr. Sparrow, Chogdas, Tobago Crucial, Lord Relator, and David Rudder. I believe we also have Penguin lined up, and what they're going to be doing is a tribute to Growling Tiger, and they're also going to be singing one or two calypsos a verse and a chorus from the Calypso, which helped them to win the crown at some stage.
I think I've seen Superior as well.
Yes, they've got Superior. Well, I think Superior is assistant in the backup. I don't think he was a former king himself.
Kitchener on bass, Relator on his guitar. Soupy on guitar as well, Chokers with a guitar. Crusoe also with guitar. Dr. Sparrow with tie.
Calypso songs like Take Me Down the Lucy Road, The Gold in Africa, Protesting Mussolini.
What a tremendous moment here. The crowd gave them the most fantastic applause as they came on stage. I think it's wonderful to see all these Calypsonians united here going to perform for us, because many times when we've seen them on stage, they have in fact come on as competitors. And
this is really a gathering of royalty. And we're very privileged here to have all these tremendous performers who are going to be entertaining us for Dimanche Gras. The usual setting up of microphones, because to fill an arena of this magnitude, one needs to have all the various bits and pieces put into place.
A true king from the golden era of Calypso. And to begin the tribute regeneration now with Tiger's hit song of 1936, accompanied by Brother Superior on the guitar, The Gold in Africa.
The gold, the gold, the gold from Africa, Mussolini gone from the empire. One more time. The gold, the gold, the gold, the gold, the gold from Africa, Mussolini gone from the emperor. But in the appeal to the League for Peace, but in the actions was like a beast. A billion a thief, a highway robber, and a shameless dog for a dictator. The gold, the gold, the gold, the gold, the gold from Africa, Mussolini won from the emperor. One more time. The gold, the gold, the gold, the gold, the gold from Africa, Mussolini won from the emperor. He crossed the border and had it more. The emperor didn't want no war. That man is a criminal. He destroyed the London hospital. The gold, the gold, the gold, the gold, the gold from Africa, Mussolini won from the emperor. One more time. The gold, the gold, the gold, the gold, the gold from Africa, Mussolini won from the emperor.
In the continuing tribute, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the mighty striker, Calypso King 1959. Spoiler was king in 53 and 55, while Melody took the title in 54. Pretender ruled in 57, while 61 was Douglas' year. In 1964, Bomber won with Bomber's Dream, and in 1965, the king was Sniper with his classic Portrait of Trinidad. In 1958, the mighty striker with Don't Blame, Striker.
I'm in trouble, Lord, with some Trinidad people, I tell you. I'm in trouble with some Trinidad people. The way they influence everybody. Some think every day was free whiskey, and I have to declare, something that will be living up in the air. Now Annabella stop. Want the doctor help you with that? Good Lord, Johnson's throat is falling. You want the doctor help him with that? My yo, some want a zephyr motor car, others want piece of land. Now Dorothy, Lord, she want to complain to Dr. William. Tell them Bella's talking one patching. She want the doctor help you with that? Good Lord, Johnson's throat is falling. You want the doctor help you with that? Yes, Mama, yo, some want a zephyr motor car, others want piece of land. Now Dorothy,
she lost, she man, she want to complain to Dr. Williams.
And so to 1966, ladies and gentlemen, this golden voice Calypsonian won the crown in 1950 and in 1966. And one of his big hits that won him the crown 22 years ago was Last Year's Happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting in tribute to the Mighty Terror.
Yes, I enjoyed myself last year. That's the reason why I come back from here. I enjoyed myself last year. Well, that's the reason why the Mighty Terror back here. The music. Don't leave out your mouth. You were money. For any woman inside a band is your woman in the game. Not a soul today. Play your mouth, God you like. But don't interfere, don't look up. When the steel orchestra, that's the rhythm in your ear. You hug up a girl and start whining. Come on, the last when they morning. Tick, 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 back
Memories of 1966. The Mighty Terror, Last Year's Happiness. King for 4 consecutive years. The only Calypsonian to achieve that momentous feat, 1968 to 1971. A true feat in Calypso history, presenting the Mighty Duke. What is Calypso, 1968?
What is Calypso? I'm sure you don't really know. I don't think you know what is really Calypso. Now the words you hear we rhyme and sing is only half the thing. I will show you that Calypso is more than a work of art. It is a feeling which comes from deep within. A tale of joy, sadness and suffering. It's an editorial in song of the life that we undergo. That and only that I know is true Calypso.
This next gentleman ran away with the crown in 1956, 1960, 1962, 63, 72, 73, and 74. 7 times Calypso King of Trinidad and Tobago, now honorary Doctor of Literature, and undisputed Calypso King of the World with Gene Dennis DeMann from 1956 and Gene and Dinah from 1963. Ladies and gentlemen, the illustrious Mighty Sparrow.
Well, according to the education you get when you're small, you will grow up with true ambition and respect from one and all. But in my days in school, they teach me like a fool. They think they teach me I should be a block-headed mule. They tell me pussy has finished his work long ago, and now he resting and sing. Solomon a Gandhi, born on a Monday, he has the lion skin. They tell me winking, blinking and nod, sail off in a wooden swoop. How the goody lose the tail and the alligator fighting to get monkey liver soup. And Dan is the man in the band. Bada 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 bada, bada 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 bada, bada 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 bada. And now we go to my favorite. If not, give me some hot tempo there, so boy. Hey, come on, Kitty, play the bass. Well, it's Gina, Dinah, Rosita, and Clementina. From the corner posing, bet your life is something that's selling. And if you catch them broke, you can get them all for nothing. Don't make a run. The Yankees gonna Sparrow take over now. Well, the girls in town feeling bad. No more Yankees in Trinidad. They're going to close down the base for good. Them girls have to make out how they could. Hey, brother, it's now they park up in town. In for a penny and in for a pound. Believe me, it's competition for so. Trouble in the town when the price drop low. So many thumbs up. Gina and Dinah, Rosita and Clementina.
From the corner posing, bet your life is something they say. And you catch them broken, you can get them all for nothing. Don't make a row, the Yankees gonna sparrow. Ladies and gentlemen, the inimitable Dr. Bird, Calypso King of the World, the mighty Sparrow. And from great to great, though winning the Monarch's title only once, this gentleman's road march record remains unchallenged. Since 1954, he has won the road march title of Trinidad and Tobago on no less than 10 occasions. Reliving 1975 for us, ladies and gentlemen, the Supreme Grandmaster, Lord Kitchener, tribute to Winston Spree, 1975. They moan and they shout and they say we want, we bet, and they groan and they shout and they say this is a threat. Yes, they damn and they blast and they say we hope it's not true. They won't dare to cancel, we jump up 1972. Mama, when they hear, they forget the carnival. Oh, no, well, if it was official, but they start spreading peace on the street. And they jump around, and they start to tumble down, and they fall down on the ground. God, give me the record. Well, it seems Winston Spree took a backseat to Reno-Rama, the 1972 road march. Ladies and gentlemen, the Grandmaster, Alvin Roberts, Lord Kitchener. Well, this next gentleman has been Calypso monarch 3 times, 76, 77 with Cuba Dubai, and 1981. Out of 1976, would you please welcome the controversial but always lovable Hollis Liverpool Short Dust, Put on the Gun Again.
Chucky boy, they rob you back, last year in the savannah. You should have been between King Sparrow and Kitchener. That's the talk that you will hear all over Port of Spain. Your boy look too short to fail, don't you go back there again. If you want to win the club, you got to sing after faster. It must have some pep and jump to make people stay around. Tommy, I hope you see how thousands of people are so pretty. So to the test, you must dress like the test and come for them. Tommy, come on that scene, because you cannot whine like Frankie to stop the eye. You just can't cry. You must cry.
Well, Cuba Dubai and superseded Put on the Gun, according to my program. 1980 was the year and they call the Danny Kaye of Calypso. Impersonator extraordinaire, dashing and debonair. In 1980, with take a rest and food prices, he was proclaimed Calypso King that year. Would you please put your hands together for the Danny Kaye of Calypso with an Irish Steve Relator.
A friend of mine, someone tell me about 2 months ago to bring back the old time Calypso. He said, well, really, the people keep asking everywhere.
to bring back the old-time reminder. I said it's a good idea, without a doubt, but what the hell you want me to think about? Instead he declared, think about the price of food and how things so dear. Okra selling $1 for 5, $1 for celery, $4 for size. They raise currants and they raise raisins. Egg is $6 and $8, now a dozen. Edo's averaging wrong $1.10, and it's $4.25 a pound now for melon jet. A lime long time was old talk and fun, but now a lime is 95 cents for one.
Later, ladies and gentlemen, the versatile one, 1980. As we continue this tribute to the Growling Tiger, we go to 1983, and Tobago came up top in that year. This talented writer, singer, a star of Sparrows Young Brigade for many years, won in 1983 with Do the Store and Don't Cry. A round of applause, please, for the very likable Tobago Crusoe.
A worldwide recession, just like in the 30s, is causing a concern internationally. Yes, worldwide recession on world economy is a reason for alarm economy. Lesser countries getting their tail to get their tail over water. Bigger countries don't want to fail, but they can't make it no better. Rainy days are here at last, things begin to get hard. What is the position in Trinidad? We have oil in a quantity, plenty money. We have a high standard of living also. Man, the way things are really going well, I myself was even saying this is the land where milk and honey flow. Government playing with billions, citizens playing with millions, more cash in the place than the law allows. Well, now that the rainy days are here, I don't see why we didn't prepare Trinidad. Have no right to be balling now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the always consistent and totally likable Othniel Bacchus from Golden Tobago, 1983 Monarch, and the taste of Don't Cry. 1984 was the year for a man who broke into the Calypso business not long before that. But he took all comers with Look the Devil Day in 1984. Sorry, before that. In 84, Reliving in Jail was his big Calypso. Would you please put your hands together for another star from Sparrow's Young Brigade, school teacher Calypsonian, the Penguin.
So you praise Satan, that mysterious man, and you keep saying in healthy living. Each time you know you're thinking wrong, devil was so all over town. Pum, pum. You pray the devil, you pray the bad. Well, look the devil right in your yard, and he's grinning while he's saying grace, shaking up his tail in people's face. Where the devil day, where the devil day, look the devil day. Hey!
Penguin, ladies and gentlemen, Sedley Joseph. And singing in position 11, as it were, as we continue this tribute of kings to the first ever king in 1939. 1986 was the year of this young man. Young king, Calypso monarch, road march monarch, launching an unforgettable career. Would you please welcome Mr. David Michael Rudder.
Labanti, here we come. Oh, Labanti, here we come. Somewhere up in Laventille, many years ago, a man had a hammer, used to follow him to and fro. He used to use it to bang a pan, or sometimes a stupid man, all in the savannah, never miss panorama. Oh, 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 oh. One day the old hammer just disappeared. Oh, some say that it vanished into thin air. From April of 85, hammer went to sleep. After years of making noise, not even a beat, no. He used to move with the Dragon Man, all through the soca land, always on the scene. They used to control the Baba Green. Oh, 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 oh. But the Dragon don't walk the trail no more, no more, no more. Who holding the hammer? I want to know, I want to know. With the man with the hammer gone? Anybody know where the hammer gone? Can somebody tell me what's going on? I got to know where the hammer gone. Look, children, sit under your bed, all above your head. Look behind the door. Tell me what you're waiting for. Oh, 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 oh. Well, the dragon don't walk the trails no more, no more. Well, the dragon don't walk the trail no more. The Triple King of 1986, ladies and gentlemen, David Runner. And to complete this tribute to the growling tiger, the regeneration now returns with Lucy Rowe, one of the big ones from the tiger for the finale. Lucy Rowe, could we hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for these monarchs of Calypso in Trinidad and Tobago, please. Put your hands together for them. Come on.
I am feeling lonely. Take me down to Lucy Rowe and don't let me mount. What time? Take me. I am feeling lonely. Oh, take me down to Lucy Rowe and don't let me mama. She was a girl in society. She never drink rum, neither whiskey. I give her a drink of strong lion beef, and I take she down to Lucy Rowe. Take me, oh, I am feeling low. Mama, yo, take me down to Lucy Rowe, and don't let me. One more time, take me, I am feeling lonely. Take me down to Lucy Rowe, don't let me. I told her I was home with my family, getting dinner, breakfast, and tea. And if I marry you, don't marry you, I'll be putting myself into misery. Take me, oh, I am feeling low, take me down to Lucy Rowe and don't let me. Everybody, oh, I am feeling lonely, take me down to Lucy Rowe and don't let me mama.
But I think we can truly say that that has been one of the most entertaining events we have ever had here at Dimanche Gras.
Yes, it's really something to see all the former kings of Calypso on one stage. And, you know, a lot of people think that they are enemies or something like that. And it's good to see them all together, supporting each other and singing together. It's a fantastic experience here tonight.
It's like a history book being unfolded very quickly, flipping through the pages. We'll take a little break here and come right back with you for some more wonderful entertainment from Dimanche Gras 1988.
The earth, the sky, it gives me all I can take. It's breaking new ground, it's real, it is great. It's the spread of your brow, the light, the fun. It's the hunger for life, it's the heat of the sun. It's just how you feel when you know it's for real. You can't beat how it feels in the cold. carried, it's a classic.
Trinidad, Tobago, Emerald Islands in the sun. Your beauty abounds. You are our pride, our joy.
There is nothing like your Carib, it's a classic.
You were the land of the proud and fearless Carib people. Yes, you are indeed Carib country. There is nothing like you anywhere, just as there is nothing like your bear.
There is nothing like your Carib.
Ormadine School of Accountancy proudly announces its expansion program to Port of Spain and Curep to commence mid-March 1988. For further information, telephone 652-1357 or 652-9116.
All that we do is what we are. A place to save your money safely. To build a financial relationship within the family. A money market that gives you satisfaction. A means for any legitimate foreign exchange transaction. We help you with free financial counseling. You help yourself with our modern automated banking. There is a national commercial bank branch located near and far. All that we do is what we are. NCB, striving in service for excellence. We are the national conscience, the National Commercial Bank.
Max got the power. Max got the body. Max got the strength. Max got it all. Get Max great taste. Get it all.
Stage.
The Dimanche Gras 1988. The stage is dark. We're waiting for the Calypso Monarch competition to begin. We have with us, as we said earlier, Alvin Daniel. Alvin, you were before this tremendous moment when he had all the former kings, Road March kings, legends in Calypso on stage. You were going to talk a bit about the performers we're going to be seeing this evening. Perhaps you could pick it up from there.
2 rounds.
Yes, on the lyrics one should look, what one should try to do in judging tonight is forget that you've ever heard any of these Calypsonians before, either on record or live in the tent, and try to judge their performance solely on what you see and hear tonight. It's a little bit difficult to do most of the time, and sometimes people find it difficult to understand how one person beat another based on the fact that throughout the season they've been doing so well and that sort of thing. But you have to judge them on their single and sole performance tonight. So it means that, for example, there are some Calypsonians who tend to change their lyrics for tonight. So the lyrics that you have to judge are what you hear tonight. A lot of Calypsonians tend to put in new verses on a final night. And to see how the composition supports the theme of the Calypso. You know, if you sing something about Carnival, the very lyrics within each verse should say something about Carnival. So you're looking for it to support the basic theme. You're looking to see if the language used is innovative or hackneyed. You know, if the guy uses metaphors and that sort of things to bring home his points effectively. And throughout, you're looking for an original approach to the whole theme that he uses.
Alvin, I've also noticed that according to one of the newspapers today that I was reading, that under the category of rendition, which is 20 points, they're also looking for use of voice control and song projection.
Well, basically, under rendition, one would expect the person to be on pitch. You would expect the person to have good diction. But over and above that, there's a term we use, interpretation or voice portrayal, which becomes very important where the person demonstrates to the use of his voice whatever he's singing about. Well, under melody, for example, too, you're looking for something new in that area. And while it is extremely difficult to always say if a melody is original or brand new, one should look especially for compatibility of the melody with the lyrics and with the theme itself. One should look for problems in the meter and the timing of the melody and the way it fits with the lyrics itself. Under rendition, as we spoke about, presentation, while only carrying 10 points, tends to carry over into some of the other areas because a poor presentation affects just about everything. A lot of people believe that presentation is props. We like to think that presentation is anything that enhances your total performance. For example, like a person like Shadow could stand in one spot and get over his message, and it's good presentation. Some people use props to great advantage, and it works for them. So we don't like to compartmentalize presentation, but sort of leave it open to the performer to do whatever he wants. If it tends to take away from his performance, then he would be sort of marked down. Well, originality carries over both between the choice of topic and the originality of the melody to a lesser extent. But I think it's commonly accepted now that under originality, what is looked for is the treatment of the particular topic, not just because you're singing on something that no one has sung before, it's going to be considered original. We have to listen to see how you treat that topic. So a person can actually sing on something everyday or hackneyed like Carnival, but treat it in a new way and actually get more marks under originality than someone who selects something that might be brand new, but treats it in a very everyday or common fashion.
You know, Alvin, I'm looking at 30 points for melody, and I'm thinking back in terms of people who have won the Calypso Monarch title here for many years, whose melodic strength was not very evident, and I'm wondering if in fact how much the audience reaction to a particular performer and a particular performance sways a judge's opinion.
Well, I would say that a good judge does not really become affected by audience reaction, but everyone is human, and there are times obviously when your crowd reaction would affect, let's say, your mark on the presentation, where one is expected to establish a rapport with your audience in order to have a good presentation.
No, but the reason I've asked this is because I don't want to call any names, because people are very sensitive about their work. You know, we all are. Whatever we do, we're very sensitive about our work. But we have had Calypso monarchs who have not been very strong in the melody, whose lyrics have been particularly strong. And I wonder, you know, like you read newspaper reports and you hear people who really know about Calypso saying, well, listen, this guy is very good, but on the strength of his lyrics, I don't think he's going to get in, even though the melody may be very good and the spirit of Carnival is there. I don't think he's going to get in because the lyrics are not very strong, and yet lyrics and melody are both 30 points. You've been a judge. If you had a toss-up between two Calypsonians, one of whose melodies, the two melodies, were far stronger than the lyrics, but the other Calypsonian's lyrics are far stronger than the melody, which would you choose?
It's not a matter of choosing, whichever one got higher in his particular category. Let me say, before I fully answer that question, that there are former monarchs who have had very strong melodies and weak lyrics, comparatively weak lyrics, that have won the crown. And they have won it because they have had outstanding melodies. So I don't buy the fact that if you're stronger in lyrics that you're going to win the crown before someone who has. The ideal situation is to marry the melody and the lyrics together so that you score strongly in both areas.
You made a point earlier about the fact that you can't prejudge the Calypsonians this evening from what you've seen them doing in the tents. And you made the point that in fact sometimes they come and they bring new lyrics on an evening like this. But isn't there also the transition from the small stage in their tent onto this enormous arena here that very often kills a Calypsonian?
Well, this is why they come back to the question of presentation. Presentation is a combination of the use of the particular stage that you sing your Calypso on and the rapport that you establish with the audience that you have. There are some Calypsonians that are very, very strong when it comes to a small captive audience and a comparatively small stage. But when they get into the bigger stage or when the audience isn't very close to them, they have problems reaching out and communicating with them. And we know that there are some Calypsonians here tonight who are very well versed in that area.
Okay, we're going to take a little break. We're going to come back because we are, of course, about to have one of the highlights of this evening's performance. So we'll be right back with you.
Carnival show, and everywhere else you go, make sure Fujicolor film goes too. Fujicolor film, the photographer's passport for Carnival.
A pledge is a promise we're sure to keep. A Pepsodent's promise of healthy white teeth. Beautiful smile and fluoride protection you're sure to get.
With its super whitening formula, fresh peppermint taste, and fluoride protection, Pepsodent gives you good reason to smile. That's the Pepsodent Pledge.
For a healthy white Pepsodent smile, be assured you Pepsodent.
Nothing else tans, moisturizes, and protects better than Ombre Solaire. So you can relax in the sun. Relax and let Ombre Solaire take care.
Orchard grapefruit drink cuts into your thirst with that refreshing, crisp fruit taste.
Cool refreshment, real fruit. Orchard fruit drinks every time.
Did you say it couldn't be worse? But it could if your insurance is not working for you. We at Western General cannot help you avoid disasters, but we can be your silver lining. Recreate your assets with Western General, proud of our track record since 1959. We settle without a hassle and promptly. What's more, we've developed a free insurance plan. It can work for you. Come talk to us. Western General since 1959.
At Loss, here's a brand to meet your pocket and satisfy your taste. Here is Happy, a new range of products with a housewife in mind. Happy products, best in taste, and a little goes a long way.
Pocket a brand new flavor, Mount D'Or. Great taste that fits your style. Special introductory price, $3.50. Pocket Mount D'Or.
Hard times ahead. Take a light instead. Light, $2.25 at most bars. Light, price right for hard times.
Well, we're back here with our live coverage from the Queen's Park Savannah, and as you've noticed, nothing has happened on the stage for a little while. The problem is crowd control. Apparently, quite a few people who do not belong at the eastern end of the stage have managed to find themselves there, and they are causing problems. The police band are not able to play their music properly because sometimes the people are trampling on the connections and they're being pulled out, and therefore they're losing their proper sound. MC David Alcock has made many appeals to these people to move. He's also called on the police and asked them to come and move the crowd, but it seems that we are not getting anywhere. The police band refused to play until the uninvited spectators have moved, and so we're waiting. In the meantime, Morris, perhaps we can continue the discussion you were having with Alvin.
Yes, Alvin has some information here for us that I think will prove very useful for the viewers at home in appreciating the whole competition for the Monarch this year?
Well, for our viewers at home, including some of our visitors from overseas, to understand and appreciate how difficult it is to get in the finals here tonight, one must understand that over 200 Calypsonians from various Calypso tents throughout the country were listened to, and the tents are spectacular forum. The SYB Sparrows Young Brigade, the Music Gallery, the New Wave Calypso tent, the Review, the Southern Brigade, and Oil Brigade tent from Point Fortin, and after that, as many unattached Calypsonians as you could listen to. Also from Tobago, there were 3 Calypso tents that had an average of 20 Calypsonians each. So you can understand that from those Calypsonians, there were first 26 semi-finalists selected who performed last Saturday in San Fernando, and from that 26, 7 have been selected to compete against the reigning king, the Black Stallion.
What I find amazing, actually, with this particular competition is that we have so many newcomers in this. We have Tigress, who is performing for the very first time in '88, and she's got in. So you're not, you know, you're looking at a performer who is performing for the very first time in a Calypso tent. Am I right?
Yes, Tigress, in fact, auditioned in December for the New Wave Calypso Theatre, was successful in getting into that tent, has been performing at the New Wave Calypso Theatre, and managed to get into the semi-finals, and ultimately she's here tonight.
And what we have tonight actually is 2 women who are going to be vying for this title of Monarch. This has happened before?
I do not believe we've ever had 2 women in a final in the history of this Calypso Monarch.
I don't think so either. I remember that Francine has been on.
Francine has been here about 3 or 4 times, as far as I know. Rose has been here and is a monarch in her own right. Both Tigress and Denise Plum, it's their first time in the Savannah. Crocro has been here once before, as far as I remember. Gypsy has been here quite regularly over the last few years. Stalin, while he's the defending king. Protect is also his first time, and I believe this is the 2nd year for Bali as well. And Tambu, it's his first time. So we have quite a few newcomers appearing here tonight.
But certainly we have, from this lineup of 8 Calypsonians, some tremendous communicators. I've seen Denise communicating with of course, Denise has so much experience. Denise started off many years ago singing pretty serious music. I remember when I first heard Denise sing when I was a kid, she sounded like a musical saw. She could saw. I mean, you know, as S-A-W, but S-O-R-E as well, S-O-A-R. Sorry. With some extraordinary dexterity into very high notes. And then she changed the music into pop music, and then she's moved into the Calypso arena. I've seen Crocro perform, and he is one of these communicators that reaches out to you. Gypsy has this wonderfully smooth style. Tambu has a sincerity that I think is difficult to match. Stalin, and I think of the performances I've seen Stalin do last year is most indicative and underscoring of the kind of communicative power that Stalin has, because he is indeed a little ball of fire that fills this entire stage. He moves north, south, east and west with such great speed. Protector, I would like to see him here this evening. And I think that Bali, because Bali in his last appearance here, because it was brand new to him, could not cope with the magnitude of the stage. So I'm looking forward to seeing a performer who has been here before and to see how much he has matured. I know that Gypsy has matured extraordinarily. I've seen him on the tent reaching out to people. Denise as well, because she's been here as well. Tigress, it's the first time. So it's going to be interesting to see what this young woman can do on this big space.
Well, Tigress is a product of the Better Village, and she has an excellent voice, very clear, always on pitch, good diction, and her first Calypso, What Is a gem, written by Luther, Calypsonian as well, and I think that is what she's going to be depending on to sort of set the stage for her and get the crowd on her side. Pong for Pong is a type of Calypso. If it clicks from day one, could be big. If it doesn't come over, it may fall flat. So
I was wondering, Alvin, earlier on you said that a lot of the Calypsonians sometimes change their lyrics here for the Dimanche Gras show. Do you think that is a good idea? Do you think it's something that the judges sort of give a special nod to?
No, it's not a matter of special. It's a question of you blank your mind from everything and you judge what you hear. You don't say, hey, he's singing something that is not on his original record. What's going on here? And either credit him or discredit him for it. You judge what you heard on this night. I happen to know, for example, that Bali has rewritten 2 versions of the second Calypso Bacchanal start, and to sort of strengthen it and to make it more topical. And I think that he should be credited for it if he gets the message across.
Yes. I think in talking about the performers here on the stage, Tambu also has the experience of performing before large crowds all the time, because he is one of the singers of Charlie's Roots, and therefore he wouldn't feel that intimidation of all of a sudden facing this, you know, grandstand and north stand.
I think what is a plus for Tambu as well is that Tambu takes his voice and is singing very seriously, and he has performed with Catelli All Stars, for instance, and he's a young singer who is really. One wonders often about Calypsonians, you know, Sparrow has this marvelous voice, which has lasted for as old as Sparrow is, as young as Sparrow is. Sometimes you hear Calypsonians whose voices are not particularly good, but who manage nevertheless to communicate, and therefore you accept them. Tambu, however, is one of these people who's very interested in voice. Okay, so Dave Elcock, it seems, got together backstage. They managed to put the plugs back in place. Crowd's under control.
From the depths of darkness comes the shining light of our culture. Would you please make welcome contestant number 1, singing Culture!
Well, we're off to a flying start now with the first contestant, Tambu, and his offering will be Culture.
I am talking about Calypso, steel pan and limbo dance. As the drumming is over, let's give them their growing chance. must come along for the things we own, for their future is our concern. So that we love and get free and believe for the next generation. Now we love our own. When we look to the future, is anywhere on the road to a brand new world. I say a nation without a culture is a people without a food. There are no identification, no, like a fool in a wise man's world. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. It is time that we become conscious, even the Lord, and truly accept the old. Just remember your own things come first, and charity begins at home. We must show for the things we own, for their future is our concern. So that we love and get free and believe what the next that we love our own. When we look to the future, is that we're on the road to a brand new world. Yeah. So that we love and get free and
in the competition.
Contestant.
Oberdean School of Accountancy proudly announces its expansion program to Port of Spain and Quebec to commence mid-March 1988. For further information, telephone 652-1357 or 652-9116.
You have to know how to move and when to move. And when to move is now. Move to the one that suits you best. Canteen, the mellow one.
Now you can choose Andrew's liver sauce with a refreshing taste of citrus, zesty orange flavor, or tangy lemon lime. Quickly, effectively, Andrew's liver sauce relieves tummy upset, heartburn, and indigestion. And as an effervescent drink, Andrew's is cool and refreshing. Try Andrew's liver sauce, original, new orange, or lemon lime flavor. Now, feeling better, taste better.
Sparkling bleach is manufactured by the most sophisticated bleach production plant in the Caribbean. It is produced at Point Lisas, Trinidad, by a plant that combines the latest in technology to ensure premium quality. Sparkling remains the most affordable and dependable bleach in the Caribbean. Compare for yourself.
With TCB Styling Mousse, you won't be puzzled about styling your hair. In minutes, you can create any hairstyle you want. Your style will last all day and your hair will feel soft and natural. TCB Styling Mousse, all you need for beautiful-looking hair.
Well, we're back now, and this is the Calypso Monarch Finals 1988. We've just had a performance by Tambu, and perhaps, Alvin, you'd like to comment on it before we move on to our next performer.
Very quickly, because I think Barry's coming on with Shaka, I would quickly say that Tampu had excellent diction, was right on pitch, good presentation, took a tune at a good tempo, lyrics and melody very compatible, very original Calypso. Overall, an outstanding performance. And Bali is getting ready to sing Shaka. We're going to go over stage side shortly for his presentation.
better get all undone. Now when I look at South Africa and the pain my race go through, lions smitten by the bogan strata, deep inside I burn, for my blood I moan, cause I know they hit me too. Chaka, tell them when they lost me brother. Tell them that they sitting all the way. Chaka, when they make we still run supper. Tell them they'll answer to all the way. For we are family, one blood, one soul. To see our people free. One dance, one goal. Chaka, tell them if they touch Mandela. Tell them, they better hit all the way. While Canadian youth protest, free Mandela on the chest. Now my people, let's all join the struggle. Show your solidarity from the US to Caribbean people. Africans must know, Africans must go, or we never will be free. Chaka, tell them when they lost me brother. Tell them that they sitting all the way. Chaka, when they make we children suffer. Tell them they'll answer to all the way. For we are family, one blood, one soul. To see our people free, one chance, one goal. Chaka, tell them if they touch Mandela. Tell them, they better hit all the way. Let your spirit flow through the waves of so and so. Let your unifying hand cradle every Bantu man. Tell Tata and Bota, stop the fooling. Tell them Judgment Day is here. Tell them they can't stop the table stolen. Let them know it's me. Chaka, tell them when they lost we brother. Tell them that they sitting all the way. Chaka, when they make me children suffer. Tell them they'll answer to all the way. For we are family, one blood, one soul. To see all people free, one dance, one goal. Chaka, tell them if they touch Mandela. Tell them
Was his fight for liberty. Gandhi's warm and gentle heart fought his justice from the start. For injustice wherever it may be, threaten justice to and fro. As Mandela lies there unjustly, hear the ticking tongue of a people wronged, only waiting to explode. Shaka, shaka, tell them when they last we brother. Tell them that it is all the way. Shaka, shaka, when they make the children suffer. Tell them they not go all the way. For we are family, one blood, one soul, to see our people free. One chance, one goal. Shaka, shaka, tell them they may not Mandela. Tell them, tell them, tell them, tell them, tell them, tell them, they let them all away.
And as ballet's performance comes to an end there, it's about time for us to take in a few more messages and come back for our next contestant, who is Protector.
You have to know how to move and when to move. And when to move is now. Move to the one that suits you best. Pantene, the mellow one.
Orchard apple drink, a healthy way to enjoy that smooth, rich fruit taste.
Being Italian, Ornella Muti has an instinctive sense of style. It's as much a part of her as the beauty soap she uses.
Lux, of course.
She likes its perfume and loves the rich, creamy lather.
With Lux, my skin looks and feels beautiful. And good skin is never out of style.
Lux Beauty Soap, star treatment for your skin.
When you're reaching for the top, reach for the quality that's known the world over. Reach for the quality of a Heineken lager beer, a lager brewed with the best ingredients for over 100 years. Reach for the top. Reach for Heineken.
Back on stage, this is Protector.
We talking change.
We got a change of government, and that was my choice. Now in anticipation of great improvement, we start to rejoice. Then we walk in both shouting one love anywhere we go. But how could we be preaching love when there is so much pain and sorrow? Well, after careful consideration, I'm forced to conclude, my friend, that we can't have love and improvements in this land till we change our attitude. So let me tell you, friends, when I see parents showing children that they care, teaching them to respect their elders everywhere, I'll be proud to stand up and say, with my hands in the air, I'll shout, one love. Look, when some of our drivers in the maxi taxis start discouraging school children from that blatant vulgarity, I'll be proud to stand up and say, with my hands in the air, I'll shout, one love. Not before I'm sorry, good Lord. You hear it? Good Lord. And we're talking, hey, good Lord. Talking, civil servants crying, the salary drop. While the already high cost of living still keeps going up. Now when they argue, they are told that they're cutting salary. It's the only possible way to start rebuilding the treasury. But Lord, if the workers are forced to make this compromise, then could someone tell me why on earth the business people, the sidewalk vendors, and the shopkeepers can't do likewise? So let me tell you, friends, look, when I see the poor man walking down the street, smiling again because his family free, I'll be proud to stand up and say, with my hands in the air, I'll shout, one love. Let me tell you, when them vendors take their hands from off we could, when we could go shopping and come back with we money's worth, I'll be proud to stand up and say, with my hands in the air, I'll shout, one love. Not before I'm sorry. Good Lord. And every day we talking serious things, Lord. We talking. Look what's happening. We have joined the world in condemning South Africa. It is nice that we're trying to feed the hungry in Ethiopia. But while we're seriously trying to solve the problems out there, good Lord, We have a rapid increase in AIDS, vagrancy, poverty, and hunger right here. And when talking about prejudice, we couldn't ask for more. So I am simply saying, it's on these major problems that's affecting us in our land we should declare war. But look, when politicians, regardless of party, to show that they're serious about rebuilding this country, I'll be proud to stand up and chair with my hands in the air. With my hands in the air, one love. When we could eliminate from this society them degrading words, nigger, fully, I'll be proud to stand up and care with the hands in the air. I shout, not before I'm sorry, good Lord. This land of ours, serious things, right? Serious things. Now our only thought, because the situation with oil is so sad to report. But yet, when the tourists come to visit our country, for some unknown reason, some of us seem to go out of our way, good Lord, to make them unhappy. You want to know how? I mean, we mock them, we rob them, we overcharge them, we give them migraine. Then when they're leaving, they have to read that agonizing sign at the airport, nice having you, please come again. And look what's happening here. Black women no longer get respect whether dark or clear, because black brothers on the pavement pulling the breast and the rear and expect them to turn and stare while they jokingly declare sister, one more. So let me tell you, when my daughter or yours could walk this country without the fear of some maniac raping or strangling you, I'll be proud to stand up and share. I'll be damn happy to declare one love. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll take a little break there, take a few commercials, and come back to the rest of the Calypso Monarch 1988 competition.
Practice white magic. The results could be perfect.
B, as easy as 1, 2, 3, as simple as do, re, mi, C, just as easy as C.
Easy One is formulated to make hairstyling simpler, quicker, and the final look smarter. Make sure your hairstylist uses TCB Easy One Curl System. TCB, used by more professionals than any other.
As easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me. 1, 2, 3, C.
Now you can choose Andrew's Liver Salt with a refreshing taste of citrus, zesty orange flavor, or tangy lemon lime. Quickly, effectively, Andrew's Liver Salt relieves tummy upsets, heartburn, and indigestion. And as an effervescent drink, Andrew's is cool and refreshing. Try Andrew's Liver Salt, original, new orange, or lemon lime flavors. Now, feeling better, tastes better.
a shout, a blast, it's a flight, it's a fall, a face in the crowd, it's having it all. It's making a date, it's the time of the day. It's a riff, it's a war, you got something to say. Just how you feel when you know it's for real. You can't beat how it feels, it's a cause the color is in.
Stag Lager Beer, a quality beer, brewed to perfection for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This is the beer that's on your side. Stag Lager Beer, your beer.
Let we all get together and for once discuss a serious matter. For when we make a decision for your youth, man and woman, this is one thing I want you to understand. Definitely good for who you're planning. With the future never joking, so we must do some serious thinking. But we leave them a world with problems to deal with as men and women. Listen what we could always expect from them. Listen, plenty lightning and thunder, brimstone and fire. If you don't plan well, I say for you still refuge here. They will never forgive we, as we did them before we. Because we know we parents never had the opportunity. But you got it now for a fact. So you got to clean up your act, cause the men and women are tomorrow and take it back. Every day we keep hearing how parents complaining. This generation gap widening. So the daughter cussing mother, son fighting with father. No way could the young and old get together. But if we make we children grow and educate them, and later on in life they start giving problems, we must look up and look down. Make a strong evaluation and find out exactly where we went wrong. Otherwise it's lightning and thunder, brimstone and fire. If we don't plan well and therefore we still refuge here, they will never forgive we, as we did them before we. Because we know we parents never had the opportunity. But you got it now for a fact, so you got to clean up your act, for the men and women of tomorrow. Look around and see evidence. These babies in the universe, like if they're born with their own intelligence. What do you think they used to teach me when we reached the age of 20? 8-year-olds don't know that already. And 5-year-old and under, so they're playing with computer. So we must see it's a serious matter. But if we don't change up what we're doing, then the answer for which we're looking at the sea would be revealed on the base and suckling. And then it will be lightning and thunder, brimstone and fire. If we don't plan well and therefore we still refuge here, they will never forgive we, as we did them before we, because we know we parents never had the opportunity. But you got it now for a fact, so you got to clean up your act, because the men and women of tomorrow, go ahead and blame your neighbor as the reason for your failure, and tell yourself you're out the hot water. You know how to convince me about your sincerity. It's your children and them who would write your history. So you just keep mama dying. Tell yourself that you can look, and later on find them misbehaving. It's the inheritors of tomorrow. It's the one who got to make me know whether we life would mean happiness or sorrow. Otherwise it's lightning and thunder, a brimstone and fire. If we don't plan well, not ever we still rescue here. They will never forgive we, as we did them before we, because we know we parents never had the opportunity. But you got it now for a fact, so you got to clean up your act, because the men and women of tomorrow,
competition, which is Gypsy, in a very short while.
For every Carnival show and everywhere else you go, make sure Fuji-Color film goes too. Fuji-Color film, the photographer's passport for Carnival.
Today.
Pocket a brand new flavor, Mount D'Or. Great taste that fits your style. Special introduction. Pocket Mount D'Or.
Pocket's a great taste, and that's what more.
Almadine School of Accountancy proudly announces its expansion program to Port of Spain and Quebec to commence mid-March 1988. For further information, telephone 652-1357 or 652-9116.
Lost. Here's a brand to meet your pocket and satisfy your taste. Here's Happy, a new range of products with a housewife in mind. Happy products, best in taste, and a little goes a long way.
A professional and versatile
contestant number 5, Gypsy. We expect him to be singing Respect the Calypsonian. Let's take in the house announcements by Dave Elcock. It's over the stage side for Calypsonian number 5, Gypsy.
That title won days ago
and his third successive year in the Monarchy Finals. Singing his first number, Respect the Calypsonian, would you please welcome contestant number 5, Winston Peters, the Gypsy.
I go abroad, I sing aloud, I make this country proud. Exalt your name with much acclaim, bring you fortune and fame. But back in my homeland I see, I'm treated with respect and courtesy. And frankly, I don't think that's the way it should be. You should remember me, I who write the songs, don't make you sit and think. I who write the songs that don't tickle your pain. I who sing about love and hate, and fictitious and schemes create. And after all these things I do, and I did it all for you, well, all I'm asking in my land is more respect for the California. Yes, man. Whoa, whoa, yeah. I hear you say I stay away for long, and that is true. And there's not to say that I don't like to be at home with you. But my songs are not on my radio, my face is not on my TV show. It hurts my heart to see why you treat me so badly. You should remember me, I write these songs that champion the poor man's cause. I who write the songs that circumvent the laws. From slavery to emancipation, I've made my contribution. And after all these things I do, God knows I did it all for you. So all I'm asking in my land is more respect for the Calypsonia. Yes, man. Whoa, 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 yeah. Yeah. Oh. There's big parades and motorcades for queens who sell my land. And now this day I'm proud to say the same for this sportsman. But don't mind what the Calypsonian do, no matter when I represent you. You still make me feel that me and my art form is boo. But may I remind you, I who write the song to make you sing and dance. I who write the song to make you jump, you jump, you jump, you jump and prance. From road march to social commentary, you've always depend on me. And after all these things I do, and I did it all for you, all I'm asking in my land is more respect for the Calypsonia. Yes, man. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Oh yeah. No place to sing and do my thing, no, I don't have a hall. And I'm afraid promises made I never kept at all. So every back street and alley I roam, I have a culture without a home. Those in authority have little regard for me. May I remind them sincerely, I could write a song to make government strong. I could write a song to bring government down, right down. I could do it with real humor, up venom like a cobra, and all these things that I could do. So I'm not asking too much from you, no. All I'm begging in this land is more respect for the California. Yes, man. Oh, yeah. Hey, hey. Did I hear somebody say? Respect the California. Did I hear somebody say? Respect the California. Californians, you must respect yourselves.
Respect the Calypsonians.
That we would never get respect from anyone else.
Respect the Calypsonians.
Calypsonian, there's lots of ways to cope.
Respect the Calypsonians.
Remember, there is no hope in gold.
Respect the Calypsonians.
I want them play with songs on the radio.
Respect the Calypsonians.
Put we face on TV show.
Respect the Calypsonians.
When tourists come down to our country,
Respect the Calypsonians.
they don't want to hear the same song they hear overseas.
Respect the Calypsonians.
If they want to boost the tourist trust,
Respect the Calypsonians.
they have to know that they must rely on us.
Respect the Calypsonians.
The time I want the authority to know
Respect the Calypsonians.
Trinidad is the land of Calypso.
Respect the Calypsonians.
Ah, in my land.
Respect the Calypsonians.
Ah, in my land.
Respect the Calypsonians.
Ah, in my land.
Respect the Calypsonians.
Ah, in this land.
A great performance there from Gypsy, Respect the Calypsonians. Right now it's about time to take in a few more messages. Coming up after Gypsy, we have Coco.
Fantastic.
It's orchard fruit drinks every time. Real refreshment of fruit. Cool refreshment, real fruit. Orchard fruit drinks every time. Cool, pure fruit drinks.
Broadway for real talkers.
And back here, there was a structure that has just been put on the stage, no doubt. Crocroco's first Calypso, 3 Borat in position number 6. 2 more after him, Tigress and Denise Plummer. Let's take in a house announcement from Dave Alcock.
Just weeks ago, he became young king of Trinidad and Tobago, and he's here tonight to perform one of his 2 selections from Buenos Aires, starring at the Music Gallery Calypso tent, singing 3 Borat, presenting Weston Rollins, Crocro.
certain things bother me in this country, and I'm sure it bother everybody. Check your daily and read your weekly, or take off your dark shades and your short to see. Remember I sing in my independence song, the nigger and the coolie craze still going on. Some suspects with me say I should come last. Now all your take racialism and all your mass. Robbie showing plain he don't like coolie. And they say, oh nigga, ain't have no money. And while they're succeeding to match up the party, the grants running relay in the city. Nizam could talk plain and blah blah him out. Last Monday, Robbie kicked 3 of them out. My predictions were great, now I could sing ball. Too big ball, I could never live in one room. I tell them, clear the air. The public say that they want to hear. If you don't end like we on them, racial affair, I demand that you call election this year. I could never forget Julius Rambachan, with racialism on the TV station. His name was mentioned in the drug report for sure. They sent him Brazil as we ambassador. But Brazil is very close to Colombia. Who knows, good stuff might come over here. And because I amplify the nigger and coolie, the Pentagon but should not give me the money. The Indians want to build the cultural complex. And they telling people how them nigger vex. And I remember when they hug like 3 turtle doves, lying for the public and preaching one love. Couple months after they start talking race, I said the racialism talk all around the place. When I hear them arguing, I laugh till I roll. Cause I know 3 big poor rats don't live in one hole. I tell them clear the air. The public say that they want to hear. If you don't enlighten me on them racial affair, I demand that you call election. I don't be in racialism at all. Who say on Carnival I pay the same bacchanal. And just last week my wife gets so vexed with me, cause I'm checking out a pretty Indian lady. But them politicians doesn't do like me. They amplify racialism politically. Robbie feel that you wish that Pande could dead. Pande say I should be prime minister instead. Pande say he gets more votes than Robbie. And by right he say he should run the party. Robbie say Pande cannot rule at all. Anytime he moving, using cars. And while them 3 big men fighting for position, they destroying the love here in this nation. When I see them arguing, I just took a stroll. Cause I know 3 big poor rats won't live in one hole. I tell them clear the air. The public out there, they want to hear. If you don't enlighten me on the kick out of here, I demand that you call election. Like this, time to unite, upgrade the plan, put cushion feet in the north side. I love my country and I love it bad. And I'll do anything to uplift Trinidad. So when I sing my song, big boy don't you frown. If a thing is wrong, it's right to say it's wrong. My lyrics may sound rough, but I am in hate. My criticism should have been taken in good faith. So just check for the bad, check the good also. And then we try and build a better Trinidad. Let's show the world we are still a model country. Good example of racial equality. My Calypso must be played everywhere, you know. Don't just cut me off by the radio. They want me to sing bacchanal woman with plenty steps. To make me transgress and block we way from progress. I have faith in you, call them back, let's prove to the world that we big borat could really live in one hole. Come out and clear the air. I sing in just because I care. And if you only stop your racialism right here, we would not have to call the election this year. Time to unite, upgrade this land, push and seek in our stand. Unity and strength. Saturday, call back the man, bring back love here in this nation. Unite, upgrade this land, push and seek in our stand. Time to unite, upgrade this land, push and seek in our stand. Time to unite, call back the man, put more love here in this nation.
And as Coco leaves the stage and his props are being taken off, we'll take in a few commercial messages and come back with Tigress.
A look that led to an evening. A mistake he'd regret all his life.
Honey, oh, I'm not going to be ignored. You have an affair with her.
It's gonna stop.
It's going to go on and on until you face up to your responsibility.
What responsibility?
I guess you thought you'd get away with it. Well, you can't.
Michael Douglas, Glenn Close. Fatal Attraction.
Opens Wednesday, Deluxe in Vistarama, Port of Spain, Ritz San Juan, Monarch, Tunapuna, Echolite, Chaguana, Santa Bosco, San Fernando. Adults 18 years and over.
Stag Lager Beer, a quality beer. Brewed to perfection for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This is the beer that's on your side. Stag Lager Beer, your beer.
Well, we get ready for contestant number 7, Tigress, who will be singing Walk In. She came third in the Calypso Queen competition. She sings in the New Wave Calypso Theatre. Her first time in the Calypso world, Tigress.
This year, her first year in the government-run New Wave Calypso Theatre. And she has made it in her very first year to the big yard as a finalist in the National Calypso Finals. Her given name, Joanne Rowley. Her first song, What Is? Would you please make very welcome the Tigress?
a young woman in the nation. I asked my grandfather a question. I asked the old man, what is emancipation? I want you to hear his explanation. He said, emancipation is when you have total control of mind, your body and soul. But when they take the chains off your feet, they tell you you're free to run down the street. Have you thinking as they want you to, and they're dictating everything you do? Emancipation is far away from you. With that type of answer, of course I got wiser. I asked him another question again. What is independence? Is it just a folk dance? No, no, no. The old man started to explain. He said, independence is a state of self-reliance and freedom from foreign dominance. But when foreigners control your money and you have a dwindling economy, the nation's wealth is in foreign hands while we facing man-made recession. Independence is miles away from your land. Papa, don't get angry. Just bear with me. There's one more question I want to ask you. This thing about republic, I can't understand it. So tell me the meaning and the value. He said, republicanism is when you have autonomy to decide your own destiny. Foreign allegiance gone down the drain. You don't have to bow to the queen again. Emancipate yourself or you'll fall. For independence, the order is tall. Republicanism is the sun for the last them all. And I tell him, thanks for everything. I will never forget that call. He said, wait a minute, before you take your exit, explain to me what is Carnival. I told him Carnival is a symbol of true democracy. Rich or poor, black or white, everybody's free. Freedom to vet out all frustration. Express yourself and ease the tension. Display skills and creativity in a colorful musical jamboree. Much more than better now, that is spring Bego Carnival. Bamana.
A newcomer to the Calypso arena, Tigress making her way off stage, and Alvin unfortunately for her.
Well, we have whiskey, banana, and we sing Calypso. And we are so proud that he's a demon wherever we go. So if the money's gone, that's the way we done. We surely have the talent to get back some attention. Come on and hold your head like to salvation or to reconstruction. Until this legislation, keep people crying. We want the money, 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 we want the money.
Ladies and gentlemen, contestant
And with
number
Denise Plummer in position 8, we have come to the end of round 1. The most outstanding performances in this first round, starting with Tambo, Bally, Protector, Stalin, Gypsy, Crow, Tigress, and Denise Plummer.
I don't think I haven't seen a single bad performance in this particular part of the season's proceedings.
I think it has been one of the better first rounds in a Calypso Monarch final over the last few years.
And certainly one of the most spirited ones we've seen.
Yes, we've had some outstanding calypsos. Culture was sung by Tambo, the popular Shaka by Bally. We Talk in Phase, a lyrically strong calypso by Protector. Think Well, another strong lyrical calypso by Stalin. Respect the Calypsonian, good in all departments by Gypsy. Three Borat, the topical, the nail-biting Crow. What Is by Tigress, in spite of false start. The calypso coming through loud and clear, good message. And finally, the popular Nation Forges On by Denise Plummer.
I don't know, Alvin, if you noticed, but the two of perhaps the smaller in terms of physique performers seen, that is both Coco and Denise, used extensively their right arm pointing to the audience. And this is a theatrical device that you use when you want people to take note. And both Coco and Denise use it extensively and to great effect as well, because it does make the audience suddenly feel I've been sung to, you know.
Well, one has to devise a lot of techniques when singing at this big yard. You're dealing with two different directions of crowd, and you're dealing with 15,000 odd people. It's not easy to communicate, and anything that you could do to assist, obviously, should be employed.
We've also seen a lot of innovative use of props in terms of people. We've had a lot of choreography going on there this evening. Bally very effectively used, a lot of dancers. And I think this certainly helps a performer like Bally, who I don't know him personally, but he must be a very private kind of person, because when Bally comes on stage, his shoulders are forward. Normally on a stage like this, you would need to throw your shoulders back and your head back. And like what Stalin does. If you know what Stalin does, he throws his head back on his shoulders. He's a small guy, but he throws himself into the space. Bally tends to have a very introspective way of dealing with his material.
Well, in the tune Shaka itself, though, it calls for a certain type of mood and a type of look on stage, and I think this came out when he was singing Shaka, and it would not have been, let us say, in tune for him to throw himself back and look sort of stridently confident. So I don't think that that particular look was something bad in terms of his performance.
No, I'm not saying it's a negative thing, but very cleverly to counterbalance this introspection, he had these dances as well.
Well, we are going straight into round two, and the tendency in round two is for the more up-tempo type calypso. So we're going to be looking forward to tunes like This Party Is It by Tambu, Bacchanal Start by Bali. But we're getting ready for the first contestant in round two, Tambu. This Party Is It.
Looking for action. Oh, and we hunting for men with heavy weight. For John was feeling good, so we said. Feeling the beauty girl in a quiet mood. But she's like a need to be here through. She find out the result, so she pull away. Let the young run and talk his way. And start to sing by the DJ, play, Mr. DJ. Oh, it's not easy. You give me some jump to break away. Oh, it's not easy. You jump and fall on the ground. Oh, it's not easy. Making the whole world sing along. Oh, just party happen. Music, music, music. Everyone high on the music. Take it up and stop. Singing to your thing and would not stop. Shouting and winding down like she gone and said. All the music wants to be brave. Shouting and beautiful like a beauty queen. Natalie clad in red, she lights up the scene. All the words are free, up the and free. She giving off endless energy. Woman, wake up, you can't keep play, Mr. DJ. Oh, it's not easy. Give me the chance to break away. Oh, it's not easy. He jumps and fall on the ground. Oh, it's not easy. Making the whole boat sing along. Oh, it's not easy. Music, music, music. Everyone high on the music. All alone in a corner, wondering what I should do to pull her. I am the one who took her to the party, but it depends on me. Take her into her but it's time to go. I met her day when she don't low. Don't care how I bet she won't come down. Like if she wears a magic wand. Happy on the carry no play, Mr. DJ. Oh, it's not easy. Just give me the chance to break away. Oh, it's not easy. You jump and fall on the ground. Oh, it's not easy. Begin the people sing along. Oh, this party has music, music, music. Everyone high on the music. Walk it up. know the better before the follow. They get the party up the road. People from Rank Road up to West Street, jumping up to the lead. Of magic and my right and in order. I tell you people thinking the same refrain. Beating up the you like a road master. The revelers playing in the dog. Carnival sitting up in the play. Mr. DJ. Just give me the chance to break away. I want to jump my pants up full on the ground. I want that man to sing along. Singing music, music, hey, music. Everyone high on the music, play, listen to me. Just give me the chance to break away. I want to jump my pants up full on the ground. I want them there to sing along. This party up. Music! Music! Hey, music! Everyone high on the music, play, Mr. DJ. Just give me the chance to break away. I want to jump my pants up all around the ground. I want them there to sing along. Music! Music! Hey, music! Everyone high on the music, play, Mr. DJ. Just give me the chance to break away. Everyone high on the music, play, Mr. DJ. Just give me the chance to break away. I want to go back on the road. I want that there to sing along. Everyone high on the music.
Second round of the Calypso Monarch competition. Christopher Herbert Tambu. Which party is it? And that party certainly was it, Alvin?
Yes, quite a nice mood set for the second round here. And Tambu has given a very, very strong performance of his tune. This party is it. And he's the first Calypsonian to have served up his two Calypsos. His marks, no doubt, have been tallied by now. And from here on, it's going to be anybody's guess as to who's going to end up in the top berth.
Tremendous melody, tremendous performance from Tambu there.
No mistakes made. Clean, clear diction, nice tempo, everything you could add.
And he did very good voice as well this evening.
Yes, his rendition was right spot on, and I think he'd be happy with his performance in both rounds tonight. Well, second, we have coming up Bali, and he's supposed to be singing Bacchanal Start, a calypso that is not very well known by most people, but which has a very nice melody. It was actually chosen by Invaders as their tune of choice for the Panorama this year. Unfortunately, Invaders did not get past the semi-final stage. The tune itself deals with the typical party-type atmosphere, but I understand that he's added two verses to it to give it a little bit more lyrical strength, playing on the word Bacchanal.
We have a bit of a delay here, which happened because given the spontaneous uncontrolled situation that we're dealing with here at the Queen's Park Savannah, but of the very first round of Calypsonians, of Calypsos that we've heard this evening, were there any surprises for you?
What's that?
Any surprises at all in the first round?
What surprised me?
Were there any surprises at all in terms of any performer who surpassed himself?
Well, I think Protector must be very pleased with his performance of We Talking Change, and Kroko was extremely well received with Free Borat. But those are not really surprises. They just came over as good as they could possibly come over. So it's on to Bali with Bacchanal Start.
swinging up and down, we going round and round, we winning all night long. So stop at all. Everybody tell me you're ready. Hey, tell me I'm happy. Hey, tell me you're tight. Wailing all night, fuck up your partner. So breaking heart, midnight, back when I start. Come on, low and take your rumble, roll your rumble, take it back. Make merry and wine on your brother, wine on your mother. What's that man? We go jam all night, we go ram all night, we go slam all night, we go jump and jump and jump and jump. Time you want to know, or you behave it so, somehow you're in another world. But you must understand that it is so land, and when the music hits, you lose control. When you see a shadow vibrating, if it's a virgin, you fall in a trance. Commanded to dance, compelled to wine, you're born with your feet, but you don't mind. Soca so sweet, so come on low and take your rumble, oh your rumble, take it back. Make merry and swing on your partner, wine a little harder, what's that man? Oh, we don't stop all night, we don't stop all night, we don't stop all night, we go jump and jump and jump and jump. By now you're soaking wet, your body drenched with sweat. Yeah, you know you want to play. All inhibition gone, you want to dance it on. You couldn't believe that you could ramage. Yeah, we feel Calypso power. Completely take over. That spirit in you that you never knew, making you vibrate. Oh, this musical form. Soca is great, soca is fun. So come on now and take your rumble, roll your rumble, take it back. Make merry and wine on your partner, wine on your mother. What's that man? We go ram all night, we go ram all night, we go ram all night. We go jump and jump and jump and jump. Now you could see the sun, but you don't want the sun. You want the branch and wave until you fall. Soca is energy, soca is food for we, soca is peace and love, soca is all. And I know you don't want no ganja, cocaine to kill you, that wouldn't know. It's soca for you, the Ayatollah and the Reagan. The one thing, some soca land, some follow and take your rumble, roll your rumble, take it back. Make merry and swing on your partner, wine on your harder. What's that man? We go jam all night, we go ram all night, we go slam all night, we go jump and jump and jump and jump.
Going off stage, Bally with Bacchanal Skirt.
Well, Alvin, this second attempt in Bali is not as successful as its first.
Well, you know, the thing about the party type songs is unless they are very, very well known, they tend not to sort of go over too well with the audience. But remember that the judges still have a job to do, and they blank from their minds audience reaction. They listen for your melodic line, they listen for your lyrics, they look at your rendition. So he has to be concerned about how it went down with the judges and not the crowd. Next in line we have the Protector, and he's going to be singing Woman, I expect. We don't have a list of the calypsos that they're scheduled to sing, but I'm just going on memory, and I think he's going to go with Woman tonight, which is a nice topical calypso in that woman is boss this year, obviously. And we can look forward to Stalin. We can make it if we try. Gypsy with Caribbean Spirit. But we're getting the house announcements now for Protector. So we go over stateside to take in Dave Elcock's introduction of Protector.
Now, in one word, he said it all. Woman, would you please make welcome at number 3, Michael Legerton, in the Calypso world known as the Protector. Let's see what's going on. Them people say, woman, this is their year. And they also say that this year woman is lost in CMT. Well, I have a message for all them men in the audience tonight. I'm going to expose to the whole world why they say woman is lost. The big man says, never try to figure out a woman. Because by the time you are able to do that, you're too damn old to do anything about it. So just leave them in peace and deal with it. That is why I decided to sit down and write this song called Woman Till the Truth Won't Come Out. Music! Life, how we men put women down. We don't care about sweetheart or even wife, and how we men are so headstrong. They say that our love is fading fast and upon. Them man is real brute. They don't know how much longer this will last, but for once, let me sit back and face the truth. Here a woman is the greatest of all contradictions. She is an angel in truth and a demon in fiction. She is afraid of a cockroach. She will scream like a mouse. But she is afraid to tackle a man as big as a house. So telling you, woman, she could be so damn hard to understand. Woman, but you will always be man's best companion. You can't help it. From there. You all right, brother? Things nice. Because you're coming home early each night. Well, oh Lord, you couldn't be a better man. But once or twice, you reach home late well in sight, because she's sure that you have an outside woman. You stay cool. That is admitting that is true. The whole night, you can't sleep the hand in your face. You're fool. Look what it's doing to you. You better get up and start being one of life in Memphis. She will take you for better. She will take you for worse. She will flip you up and then turn around and she will love. And as soon as you're well enough and you're still out of bed, she will pick up the biggest pot in the house and pelt it on your head. I'm telling you, she could be so hard to understand. Woman, but you will always be my best companion. Good Lord. This person could have happily married. You leave and gone to party with them boys, and then reach back home till daybreak. Well, she so pleased. As you open the door, it's noise. She says, swell up so big you swear she have a toothache. Mr. Man, like you was dancing cheek to cheek, that's how come your neck has them curly hair. And that lipstick on your shoulder, different from last week. Well, let me tell you one time, them girls ain't washing hair. No, dear, you keep thinking she exists, and then you find out she's that. So she will play like a kitten and scratch like a cat. And in the morning, she would, but in the evening, she won't. And you're always expecting she does, then you find out she don't. I'm telling you, woman, she could be so damn hard to understand, but she always has a plan, woman, but she will always be my best companion. Thank you. Good Lord. Whoa, what a music.
That was perfected with woman. This is the second round of the competition of this evening. And that is the third Calypsonian.
Protector with woman, and getting quite a nice reaction from the crowd. He seems to have been able to communicate well with them, and he must fancy his chances now, having had a good first round with the Talking Chain. Well, fourth in the lineup is the defending King Stalin, and he's going to have to pull out all the stops this time around, but we can make it if we try, which has almost become the national anthem for this Calypso season. We have had some very good performances in round one, and Stalin, while he was good with Think Well, he wasn't what I would consider to be ahead of the pack at the end of round one. So he's going to really have to give a strong performance in the second round to ensure that he keeps that crown on his head.
I think this is certainly the stronger of the two numbers that Stalin will be giving us this evening. As you said, the first one was not quite what we expected Stalin.
But certainly not too far off from the other Calypsonians. Remember that most of the other Calypsonians seem to have stronger Calypso in the first round. Anyhow, the Stalin is here, the crowd is shouting, let's take in the full performance.
dispensary broke and they played a 3 seconds jamming. The sort of foreign countries when it starts vibrating. The loose faith in the country that they we gone long the train. Just ain't over, could we see happy times again? But the will to recover in my people like our confidence. Although many may seem to feel that I talking nonsense, but the majority of us decide we're not going to run. Because now is the time to show we patriotism. Why? Our country citizen is darkest hour, and our people here today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel to surrender, we have one little thing that I want you always remember. We can make it if we try. We could make it just a little harder now if we just give one try. One more. From the camp that we analyze them, what was the problem? Yes, we start making very positive moves to solve them. We fire the ocean, the man is just not working. And that you can we bring it? And if people still require them to manage, just not supplying. When the sections that come back from the new ones we bring in. Why, there's one thing about my people, I would guarantee that we would never ever put party before country. Why? Our country blessed is darkest hour, and our people need us today more than ever. We know our fight to recover, remember your peace to surrender. One thing I want we all sing together. What? We can make it if we try. We can make it. We can make it. Just a little harder now if we just give one more try. One more. Don't drink, man. Festival full and happy time, someone enjoying. This is over and love and peace, so people want to live. Now the friends are broke and the country comes back to square one. So people living in the same old enjoying Johnson. But to put new economic today, we came not some put it. It's the same for people 10 days ago that they're taking. And it's a social unrest for people paying the price. Because we know for the country nothing too much to sacrifice. Why? Our country saves it. It's darkest hour. And our people need us today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel to surrender, one little thing that I want we all sing together. What? We can make it if we try. That's the word. That's the word. We can make it. But make it. Just one more try. Just one more. What? Anytime that we get when we go facing a crisis, as loyal citizens is our duty to stay and not live. For we know to tell there could never be come a day when not them to this country we can replace. Don't want to go, I have no objection. But while outside I want you to have some consideration that your country of position and good name history. And we must do what we can, regardless where we may be. Why? Our country faces its darkest hour, and our people need us
but we know our fight to recover. Keep your mind up to surrender. One little thing that I want you always remember. What country that's a little harder? What weather? If we just get one more. Not that way of it, what? Because if we try, just a little if we just get one more. I didn't hear that. Sing one for your Tigress. One for your country, man. We just get one more. Let me hear everybody.
On the stage here tonight, I'm giving a thrilling performance of We Can Make It If We Try, using this big Savannah stage as only he knows how. And he has brought the crowd to life here at the halfway point of the second half, with 4 Calypsonians still to come: Gypsy, Croco, Tigress, and Denise Plummer. Gypsy coming next with Caribbean Spirit. You can expect Croco with Corruption and Common Entrance, Tigress with Pong for Pong, and then Denise Plummer with Woman is Born.
Of course, Stalin has been on this stage so many times. As a matter of fact, I think he's probably been in the finals more often than most Calypsonians. He was here in 69, 72, 80, 81, 82, 83. And of course, he was crowned 3 other years besides that. So he has been a constant force in the Calypso Monarch competition.
Singing Calypso over 25 years now, so he knows the business, he knows this stage, and he knows what he has to do to hold on to his crown. And he certainly gave it all that he had tonight. So we are on to Calypsonian number 5, Gypsy, the Calypso King of the World, at least based on the competition that was held in Barbados. And he is going to be offering as his second contribution, Caribbean Spirit. Let's take in Dave Elcock with his introduction of Gypsy.
Will you please make welcome with some Tigress, Gypsy! Of the Caribbean is reflecting into this that is called Carnival. When a West Indian have a problem on them days, well, nobody just can know them have the heart. So man, we just take on we problems, put them on ourselves. Come out for a good time, enjoying with them. What we waiting in a brass band, or jump into a steel band, or simply whining to be fire. We inside this land, moving we hand and we jumping up and singing this song that is live. Hey man, yeah, If you're not gonna have ordinary fella, but Carnival they can't
recognize the man. He collects the garbage, big music channel, but Carnival, they were he is a general. Man, how much price gonna zebra when he is a lad to a section at the bandit commander in charge. Yes, sir, waiting in a branda, jumping to a zebra, he wanted to be fire. But God, inside the band, waving we hand and we jumping up and singing the song of the Lord. Hey, man. Oh, okay. The jet fire, the burning fire, we forget we even have the light bill to pay. The money for granny, the insurance food with the phone bill could wait until after Ash Wednesday. But right now the cash for me standard and my head is true. I need money for my bounty. Girl, what's wrong with you? You waiting in a brasa, jumping to a silver, simply wanting to be inside the van, waving your hand, jumping up and singing the song of the land. Hey, man. Hey. Oh. What a man ready from the good time we had yesterday, now we Ayo. And to play with that, we would play with that, and go any place that we feel we could get follow. It's my granny. And now I want happy future, look so sorry and sad. All that's left is a memory of the good times we had. We were waiting in a brand, on something to a deeper, thinking why it could be fire. Goodbye, yes I is back, waiting in a brand, bobbing up and in the song of the land. The man waiting in a brand, something to a deeper, simply why it could be fire. Yes, man, yes I is back, waiting in a brand, something up and in the song of the land. I wanna hear, waiting in a brand, something to a deeper, simply why it could be fire. Goodbye, yes I is back, waiting in a brand, something to a deeper,
Quite effective presentation coming at the end of the Calypso, using a team of people to come on stage, jumping up, waving their hand and doing everything that seems about in this Calypso, and getting a good response from the crowd to overall fabulous effort by Gypsy, singing two tunes, Respect the Calypsonian and Caribbean Spirit.
I think Ross Clutter, that final bit of the presentation, is the most handsome Calypsonian in the business. So he says, Grego, assisting Gypsy there, in what I thought was a very spirited and a very good second effort for the evening.
Yes, Gypsy is one of those Calypsonians that can sing at a very, very fast pace and get his diction still on spot. And Gypsy has been this is his fourth consecutive finals. He was third the last 2 years. He's the reigning Calypso King of the world. He's a finalist in the Bucks King of Kings. And he sang for us tonight, Respect the Calypsonian and Caribbean Spirit.
Because he's also the first extempo.
Well, he's the extempo king, the current extempo king, the first time that we've had an official extempo king song, but a lot of us knew that Gypsy was always the extempo king.
He's absolutely brilliant, I think, in the composition.
I think he's got one of the finest voices in the Calypso world right now.
It's a pity that Relator was in a competition, because I think Relator is one of the few people who could have given him a run for his money.
In the extempo?
In the extempo.
Oh, yes, I agree with you. But he certainly walked over that class.
Well, maybe next time around, Relator will come out to give him that fight that we will need to make this show really something next year. Well, another big moment in the night. Coco with his second Calypso, Corruption in Common Entrance, and we wait to see how Coco is going to come over with the big crowd here tonight.
Such a nice guy. Sit in the class, a very bright girl. And now we have another little darling. Come, darling, come. We have an easy sum for you. 4 plus 1. 4 plus 1. 4 plus 1 is 6. What's your name? Mirage. What a nice name. Sit in class, please. And now, we have another girl. Come. 7 minus 2. 7 minus 2. 5. 7 minus 2, 5. What's your name? Rex. I don't think we have any more space. Do you mind sitting on the floor in the corner there? Now, another girl. What's your name? Smith. Her name is Smith. Smith, I don't think we have any more room. Do you mind sitting on the floor by... Going on in the United States. I don't know where. Why you go to the United States? Protect my child, but corruption made that constant annoyance. Hold not too long, come on in. You have to be intelligent, that is a lie. Your father must pull out with big company and high. The child will be bright like a ball man from Laban. Fucking holy six content and bring the plan. Because they have to fix the idea of food to reach number one. Because I am bad, father, big lad. Take it in the fully and for money. Brothers is not bad, number one. I want to know Papa and every house. Let me go much in that.
Our sixth Calypsonian Coco with a biting piece of social commentary, corruption in common interest. Coco, better known as Western Rollins, sings at the Music Gallery. He debuted at Kitchener's Review in 1974, was a finalist in 1978. He is the reigning independence monarch. When he sang two tunes, both are an happy anniversary. He is the Young King 98. He also sang 3 Borat and Common Entrance on that competition run by the NJAC. He's the finalist in the Bucks King of Kings competition, and once again tonight he has offered us these 2 tunes, 3 Borat and Corruption in Common Entrance. So just 2 Calypsonians to go, Tigress and Denise Plummer, the 2 ladies on the 8th tonight. Tigress will be singing as her second composition, Pound for Pound. Denise Plummer, Woman is Boss.
And these are certainly 2 performances that we're going to be looking forward to. And they're both very strong numbers.
Well, Tigress is going to be hoping to redeem herself for the slip she had at the beginning of the first tune. And Pong for Pong is a strong composition. Let's hope she can handle the big Savannah stage and put it over to this crowd here this evening.
just to pop up the wallet until it gets high. And they like to fly blue nose in front with eyes. But since I'm mistaken again, I want to tell them so publicly. I'm okay, anyway, I'm gonna tell you just when you're not getting nothing from me. No! I can find out just like my money was in just as you just be that you're fooling me. It ain't so easy. But I'm like this, I'm like this. I'm not so big, so I don't erase your foot. But I won't know your way for good. You have to stand and I have to do what you do to me. I also do you. Come along the good and strong. Like in your dirty ground. Woman, and on them. But not a real woman was bloody on something. Some of them had to treat women against the land. But with me, they only chicken, they own bread. Interdependent, and that's the way it should be. All in love and enjoy it, and the pressure should be good. It's us, it's a friend, it's a content. You carry and sit on your feet. Take a feet at your horny feet and your mouth is ready. That's my kiss, that's the kill life. Only let your foot. You have two hands and I have two. You tumble down the good pressure. Right to the ground. Down, down, I took the pill of steam. Man is a next like this. The bad stuff. Man is a next like this. Get him, get him, get him. I think that's the steam. Man is a next like this. I think that's the steam.
Well, certainly we did herself for this second performance, pound for pound, and she can be quite proud of her first attempt in the big yard, and no doubt we'll be hearing a lot more from her in the future.
Definitely, well, we have one lady left, and perhaps we could get a little more information about Tigress.
Well, her real name is Joanne Rowley. This year is her debut year. She sings at the New Wave Calypso Theatre. She actually is a Calypso model. Now this is her, she came third in the National Calypso Queen competition, and she sort of grew up in the Better Village scene, singing Calypso and, you know, some of the other acts within the Better Village competition. We look forward next to the final contestant tonight, which is Denise Plummer, who is going to sing the popular Woman is Boss. It's the tune that helped Phase 2 Pan Grove to come out the Panorama champions this year, and it would be a pleasant double for Bugsy if it also takes Denise to the Calypso Monarch, to be the Calypso Monarch in 1988.
The reigning Calypso Queen of Trinidad and Tobago, who sang A Nation Forges On in the first round, singing Woman is Boss. Now, would you please put your hands together? Welcome on stage, Miss Denise Plummer.
We no longer depend on our good and living. No, we going outside and only the old children. Like a free woman, I can't be caught. We don't we must. Poor man is what? Put them in our office, but he want a captain woman. Who's he got? Who's he got? Who's he got? The ability to combine all of these roles. When you must not breathe, it's a woman's word. But we woman, I think we caught. Country mom, woman is born. Put them in the regiment, or the house of parliament woman. It's love. Oh, yeah, yeah. You better call them. You gotta put some money right up the thing for sure. Now you get this baby out of good. Woman is strong, come out for good. Love and respect is all that we earn. You'll be a man, but we got to be good. Like a free woman, I take you back. We talk to us, woman is strong. Talk about the journey, somebody is like Gary woman. It's love. Oh, yeah, yeah. Take me to be there. Everybody have a say. Who's the boss? Who's the boss? Who's the boss? When he got the woman is boss, woman is boss. When he got the woman is boss, woman is boss. So they go woman is boss, woman is boss. They got woman is boss, woman is boss. Listen to you, woman is boss, woman is boss. Woman is boss, woman is boss. Woman is boss, woman is boss. Let your man is doing boss, woman is boss. Let your man is doing boss, woman is boss. Let your man is doing boss, woman is boss. Let your man is doing boss, woman is boss. In the north, that woman is boss. Let your honey do it for. Look above. 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 We're gonna cut your head. 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 Oh, my name's God. 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 Oh, my name's God.
What a way to close the show. A strong rendition from Denise Lamar, Woman is Born. So we've had all of the performances tonight. First, Sambo with Culture, and this party is it. Bali with Shaka and Bacchanal Star. Protector with Talking King and Woman. Stalin and Think Well, We Can Make It If We Try. Gypsy with Spectre Calypsonian and Caribbean Spirit. Coco with Cerebral Rap and Corruption and Common Entrance. Tigress, What Is, and Pong for Pong. And bringing up the rear, Denise Plummer with A Nation Forges On and Woman is Born.
Yes, well, the program carries on now, and what's coming up next is going to be a dance by the National Dance Association. Our choreographer here is Carlton Francis, and this is a tribute to George Goddard. The tribute to George Goddard is going to last about 7 minutes, and Goddard's last words: I have lived a wonderful life and enjoyed every moment in steel band. I will rest peacefully, knowing that the knowledge of Pan and made available to the children of Trinidad and Tobago, the steel band movement will live on. In the early days of the steel band movement, there were many clashes and riots among the rival bands, such as the Red Army, Bar 20, Invaders, Crossfire, Tokyo. This dance depicts George as an organizer and a peacemaker, uniting the forces of the ever-turbulent and highly emotional steel bands in those days. The choreographer, Carlton Francis. Musical accompaniment will be the traditional drums, the police band, and the winner of the Pan Around the Neck 1988 champ. The National Dance Association of Trinidad and Tobago with their tribute to George Goddard. My God. program by the National Dance Association of Trinidad and Tobago, led down choreographed for them by Carlton Francis. Well, we're moving now towards the end of the program. We're looking forward to hearing the results. However, firstly, we're going to have the parade of the queens and the kings of the band coming again before the judges. I'm not really sure if the judges need to see them again or if they'll still be checking out things, making last-minute decisions. But I think the majority of the judges right now must know who they think ought to be the winner. That all has to be tabulated, and of course the judging for the Calypso Monarch must still be going on. We'd like to say a very special thank you to Alvin Daniel, who joined us in the commentary box during the Monarch competition and gave us all those wonderful color comments about it. Alvin, of course, was a judge in the competition a few years ago, so he knows exactly what the judges are looking for. And in the past few years that he has worked with us, I must tell you that every single time that he's leaving the box, we ask him, Alvin, write down the winner for us, and he has. He does really...
Actually, I think this is the first year he's in a bit of doubt, not for the first and second positions, but in the third position, for the first time, he says, well, it could be either this one or that one. I won't say. But when the results come out, we'll be able to tell you whether, in fact, his prediction wasn't realized.
Well, I think it's the teams have lined up in the western wing, and I suppose any minute now we'll be seeing their return. This is what we've done quite quickly once the teams have made their first appearance. I find that the officials usually just let them go through their paces to get back onto the western side. So I suppose that we'll probably have about another half an hour to 3/4 an hour here at the Savannah, and Carnival is really here. We're just a few hours away from Juve. There was talk, Morris, that suggestions were made that maybe from next year Juve should start at 2 a.m., but I think that would be a little bit impossible with the Dimanche Gras show, the way it usually finishes around 2, sometimes 2:30. But I don't think many people will want to be here in the Savannah as Juve was going on outside. So that will also have to be looked into.
Well, in terms of people moving in bands along the streets, yes, but in terms of the various food outlets having bands, well, not bands, but music boxes on the street themselves, there are people right now dancing on the streets all over Port of Spain. It's a question of moving in one human flow.
Yes, but I think the actual Juve with the steel bands coming out of the yard and that first sound of the band as they start on their merry trickle to downtown Port of Spain or whatever other areas they're going to in competition really is a sort of mind-boggling experience.
The reason for the delay right now is that we have stage being cleaned in anticipation of the return of the Queen, because we don't want any mishaps to occur with any still bits and pieces of material. Lots of props were used during the Calypso Monarch competition, plus we have the dance sequence. Now, things like this fall off the dance sequence. We're trying to make it as clean as possible to allow the kings and queens to parade once more without any hindrance.
Everything has gone very smoothly here this evening. The only problem that we encountered was the fact that the stage management failed it just a little bit because too many spectators from either the stands or outside were allowed to come into the enclosed area, and then those spectators refused to move from where they were standing, causing a bit of a disturbance as far as the police band was concerned. They were not able to do the music the way they wanted to, and that held up the show, I think, for at least 20 minutes. So it is an area, of course, that the committee are going to have to look into and try and get a little bit stricter with the rules and regulations for the people coming in. I find it very difficult to understand how they, well, we'll have to call them stormers, got to that side of the stage, because even with us trying to go outside to see the costumes, we have to have our passes, they ask you to see it, and they not been very strict. I think there must have been just a major breakthrough at one point.
I think, Alison, it may be useful for the viewers of both to go along with the judges in appraising the costumes that we'll be seeing for the last time here this evening, and marks will be awarded accordingly for visual impact, 30 points, craftsmanship, 30 points. So that means that when the judges go backstage, they examine the costumes very closely, and they see how the various bits and pieces are put together, how the wires bent, and so on. And then creativity and or authenticity, that's another 20 points, and the presentation of the costume is 20 points. And that adds up to 100 points, of course.
Yes, certainly, and they take their jobs very seriously, because I was in the back looking at a Queen's costume, and I heard this gentleman asking a lot of questions of the masquerader, and when I looked and saw that he was a judge, I realized that the thing you were talking about, creativity, obviously plays a very important part, and a lot of points are awarded for it, and they want to find out, you know, what did you use to get this effect, how did you do it, and just a great interest in it, so that it really helps when the designers try and think up creative ideas rather than just going and buying something, say, importing an item in, the genuine thing even. It's better to create it out of paper, plastic, foil, or whatever.
All right, Alison, and we are calling on once more for the second appearance. The Queen will be parading before our judges, and our very first Queen back on stage with us is Marlene Gray. The bride of the 21st century, from the band Out of This World, Edmund and Milhart, and costume designed by Sean DeFreitas. This is Marlene Graves, the bride of the 21st century. This masquerader has been playing masks for 18 years now, and she's one of these masqueraders who really and truly has a tremendous degree of fun on stage, and certainly the marks awarded for presentation. She is certainly one of the masqueraders who we've seen this evening who will be getting big pluses for presenting her mask on stage. This is actually Marlene's second year as the Queen of Edmund and Milhart's band.
Of course, it is very difficult when you are presenting yourself as a robot on stage, because you also want to get the spirit of Carnival involved in the costume. So there is a combination here of two things. Marlene moves on the stage and she sort of does the whole bit with the spirit of Carnival, and then she becomes stationary and goes through her little robot routine, therefore combining the two different forms of dance. And moving on to the screen now, we see Shirley Carpet, and this is the costume that's called the Morning Star. Morning Star is from the band The Martin Wee, and the designer here is Neville Hines. Well, I think every year we see costumes by Neville Hines on stage, and this is truly a lovely one. It's Shirley portraying a true princess who died while fasting and then ascended into heaven. Here's another lady who's been playing masks for a very long time, as a matter of fact, since 1979. Then she was the Queen for Showcase Associates. She's been Queen on 5 occasions altogether, and she has the she loves this costume and cannot single out any favorite feature of the costume. She just finds it very, very easy to manipulate.
Queen number 3 is Wendy Kalicharan. Her costume, an enormous gilded chandelier. She is the light of day from Ivan Kalicharan's band Sunshine, a costume designed and made by Bobby and Sally Asparelli. And she is the sun embodied, captured, imprisoned in this very elaborate, very glittering chandelier. Wendy has been playing Queen for the last 3 years, and very successfully so. She is yet another one of these tremendously spirited masqueraders.
And right behind her is Anastasia Elena, who is the Enchanted Swan. This is from Neverlaming's Fanbearers Festival. The designer here is Leroy Chen. It is his third time designing a queen for Neville. And this is Anastasia's first year as a Carnival Queen. She was in fact the Best Village Queen for Laventille in 1980. And it's a beautiful costume, a very large one. I think it probably is the largest in the Queen category.
And if you like your Carnival hot for soul, then Brenda Joy Fahey is the girl for you. She is Hot for Soul from the band Heat, produced by Platinum Productions, costume designed by Martin Luby and Robert Miller. And I think that if Brenda Joy were to come on stage with other costumes, she would certainly win the whole 20 points for presentation, because she's brought this costume, she's given it a life that I think very few people could have, in fact. And it would not at all surprise me if, though the costume is so simple, that she comes very high up in the ratings.
Someone once told me, someone who works very closely with Wayne Barkley, that if Wayne Barkley draws a costume on paper and tells you that's what he wants, the costume is going to work. One never has to be concerned about if it's going to fall over, if it's going to topple, if it's not balanced. This is one of the many talents of this man, who has produced Laser Lady. Someone once told me, someone who works very closely with Wayne Barkley, that if Wayne Barkley draws a costume on paper and tells you that's what he wants, the costume is going to work. One never has to be concerned about if it's going to fall over, if it's going to topple, if it's not balanced. This is one of the many talents of this man, who has produced Laser Lady for us this evening, worn here by Nicole Cobban. Laser Lady, I think, is one of Wayne's very beautiful costumes, and of course, he has had tremendous success with his queens. We can go as far back as Joan Messiah in 74, 75, and 76. Beautiful costumes. One that comes to mind was the Hawaiian seafood cocktail and the Burrata bird. He is a designer who is just absolutely thorough.
And in fact, even before this particular kind of presentation, Wayne Barkley put his stamp on the JC's Carnival Queen many years ago, he and Peter Minshall. Well, they're looking now at Stella Superstar. And her presentation is pájaro. Borokit, no borokit, this is a pájaro, this is a bird. A stylized bird, replacing the traditional borokit costume. It's based on Lord Kitchener's 1964 road march, Mama, This Is Ma. And it is going to take it here as Old Time Carnival. So what we've got here is a synthesis of the East Indian borokit being transformed into the sort of Venezuelan bird, the pájaro, and yet, nevertheless, capturing, maintaining the very Eastern influence in the design of the costume, the pagoda-type basic costume, and the beautiful sort of lotus petals that flow from the back of the bird.
Well, there's one band in San Fernando that's concentrating on the road marches in their carnival presentation. Here's a costume that was influenced by one of the top Calypsos this season. I'm talking about David Rudder's Bacchanal Woman. That's the name of the costume, worn here by June Gardner. And it was designed by Chris Santos. Christopher has been designing for Raul Guy's band for many years. Mas and Noya is the name of the band that they're coming out with this year. And Christopher, like Wayne Barkley, has had a great deal of success, particularly in the Queen of Carnival category. Remember Saucy Simonetta, which he did for Janet Rollock in Raul Guy's band. And he also did one for Tessa John, Tiffany's Treasure.
And now we leave the Queens and we on to the Kings, and this is the very first king in the second parade here this evening. This is Ray Hinkson and his portrayal, The Rise and Fall of Shaka Zulu, presented by Nosotros y Nosotros from the band The Glory of Africa, costume designed by Gregory Morris and Ray Hinkson himself, decorated by Ray, Leslie Bob and Associates, with artwork by Gregory Morris, and the leader of this band is Leslie Bob. This is Ray Hinkson, The Rise and Fall of Shaka Zulu.
And here's Barry O'Geese on stage now in the Saracen Blade. And this is from Maverick's presentation, 1988. The costume was designed by Joy Dorothy Moore. the band coming out of Port of Spain, and Barry O'Geese has been involved in Carnival for many years. Quite often we've seen him here on the stage as an individual. This evening we see him in the costume that has brought him into the finals of the competition.
And coming up right behind him, the widest costume, perhaps the largest costume we've seen on stage here for this King of Carnival competition for 1988. He won the King of the Bands of the South, which is Roland St. George, portrayal Spinning Top in Mud. From the band, One Day Congo Tay by Scorpio Productions from San Fernando, a costume designed by Andrew Lushu and made by Keith Timothy and Andrew Lushu.
This here is Roderick Snell, and his portrayal is called Vision of Fiesta Beauty from the band Tropical Fiesta by Julian Bolden. This band is from Belmont in Port of Spain. Costume designed by Morris Stewart and also made by Morris Stewart. This is Snell's second year as a king. He's been playing masks for about 15 years and has been an individual in Trinidad Masque and also in the Labor Day celebrations in New York. Last year he placed 5th in the finals. Another large presentation, whereas the one that went before, Spinning Top in Mud, was an extremely wide costume. This one is just a very full costume. It is very high indeed, and also quite wide, as well as the depth of the costume is tremendous, and of course the colors chosen really blend together so beautifully on the stage. In the costume you see the 12 faces at the back, and these definitely signify the joy and beauty of the fiesta.
And taking his time to get on stage, because it's not just one, it's three actually in this particular costume. This is Wendell Brown, Jason the Golden Fireman, with his two mascots attached to him very cleverly. Coming on stage from the band Maskmen's Dimanche Gras, a costume designed by Neville Hines and made by Neville Hines. This is Wendell's first time as King of the Band, so he has played every year with Maskmen. This costume is a tribute to that master of sailor mask, Jason Griffith of Belmont. And this year marks Jason's 38th year as a Carnival band leader, and almost all of these years have been devoted to making sailor mask, King sailor mask.
Well, as a matter of fact, someone who's very kindly handed me some information about Jason Griffith and the band that he'll be bringing out this year. And they'll be retracing some mystical and legendary voyages come Carnival 1988. And Jason promises that this year's Carnival is going to be one of the most memorable for this Belmont band. He's come up with some really wonderful ideas. They're going to visit El Dorado. They're going to pay tribute to so many different people. The Fountain of Youth, Atlantis. You're going to see sections dealing with King Arthur. We're going to go to King Solomon's Mines. I think the entire band is going to be an extremely enormous one this year. And this costume that we're looking at, in fact, pays tribute to this man whose presentations come out every single year, Jason Griffith and his old-fashioned sailors.
Effective though the movement is with the three sailors on stage, nevertheless, it is taking Wendell quite a bit of time to go across stage. It's not a kind of a costume that one can manipulate very quickly across the stage. And of course, we are dealing here with a part of the competition where the kings are moving rather quickly. So the next kick actually is being held up ever so slightly while Wendell moves across stage. He and his two companions, there is a pace at which he can go. That's really and truly a marvelous, marvelous design. Very charming. It's, we've had in the Queen category that lovely Christopher Santos design, which had that tinge of humor in it, and we're looking at the King's category now, and this as well is another costume that delights the heart and makes you smile when you look at it.
The visitor.
It is 1:15, and no one has left the Queen's Park Carnival yet. So they are certainly going to be sticking around to hear the results of this particular class as well as the Calypso Monarch.
Yes, and this is Sean the Freighter's here with his costume, the Visitor. He is the North King of the Band for 1988. This evening he's going after the main title, but of course there are 7 other people he's competing against. This costume designed by this young and very talented boy, Sean the Freighter, and also made by him with the help of some other people. And we were talking earlier on about various things that people do to put costumes together. It is interesting to note that some of the parts of this costume were made out of a clothes dryer, hoses, flower arrangement containers, ponytail clips, hair combs, circuit breakers, and it's amazing to think that those sort of things can be put together to create the type of costume you're seeing here, worn by Sean the Freighter from Edmund Hart's band.
And following very closely behind him is Terry Eustace. His portrayal is Beast Savage. From the band, Savage. Costume designed by Paul Eustace and made by the entire Eustace clan, because of Sarah, Pollock, Marcus, Dennis Horace Hostine, Vincent Captain, and Dave Albert. Well, it's interesting. We just had a brief encounter here, a close encounter of the third kind, which of course was a costume, the film that inspired Sean the Freighter's costume, when we had the Savage meeting there with his long tentacles as he touched that enormous spacecraft, which has been piloted by Sean the Freighter there on stage. Better Eustace has been playing King of Band for the last 6 years.
And now we have Junior Agrelo from the band Road March by March Trinidad, a band inspired by all the road marches we've had, and we've had so many. The one they've decided to highlight in the King of Carnival competition, the Baseman from Hell. This is the costume that placed second in the King of the Band in San Fernando. And Junior Agrelo has been playing march for such a long time. He's always so comfortable on stage. He carries on as if he really belongs there. And of course, this costume tonight must mean a great deal to him. It must be a very sentimental costume for him to wear, because Junior is a panist. He plays with one of the top bands in San Fernando, the TCL Triple Bunch Steel Band. And in this costume, they put out the message of all the various problems that the pan men have, and it must be one that Junior enjoys playing, and I'm sure had a hand in giving some ideas and thoughts in the putting together of this costume.
And of course the costume very heavily inspired by Shadow's bass band, skeletal styrofoam form there for the main body of the masquerader himself, Junior's costume. And he is the final king in the second appearance of Kings and Queens there this evening. As Alison said earlier, I'm sure that the judges had already tallied their marks for this particular part of the competition. And they're probably using this time to decide on who will be the Calypso Monarch of 1988. For us here, there has been a clear winner. We won't tell you how we feel. If, of course, the judges agree with us, we'll say, okay, fine, this is what we thought of. If not, well. There is one part of the program yet to come. It's something called a Juve Melee. So when you have seen the last of Junior Agrelo we'll be moving into that part of the program, and then after that final tribute here to Dimanche Gras for 1988, we will have the announcement of the winners. We will have a new king and a new queen for 1988. A new king indeed, because Peter Samuel, the traditional Carnival king for as many years as we can remember, has not made it to the finals this year. And we will be having a new Calypso monarch, I suspect, Alison.
Well, of course, those two kangaroos repeated their performance, especially in the 1988 champions, having been the champions in 1987. Peter Samuel was still is the reigning Carnival king. He is the 1987 king. You remember he had that costume, the Merry Monarch from Peter Minshall's band, Carnival is Colour. But Peter is not in the competition this evening, so we're looking for a new king. The queen, Nicole Cobbin, is there. She is the reigning queen at this present time. Her costume is bright as a cocoa from Stephen Young's band, Coquille Village. It is interesting to note that Nicole placed first in the semi-finals with her costume, that means she stands a very good chance of repeating. And the present Calypso monarch is Black Stalin. Last year he won with Mr. Panmaker and brought the house down with Burn Them. Stalin was Calypso king in 1985 as well with Ism Schisms and Wake Dorothy. And he is someone who has certainly made his name. As a matter of fact, far back in 1979, we remember that he came on stage with Caribbean Man and Clay One. So he is defending his title here this evening, and I think the crowd are anticipating the results, wanting to know what's going to happen, and what is in fact happening behind us is the Juve melee that Morris is talking about. I'm sure you're realizing that it is very, very close to our microphone, and that is because an entire Juve band is now moving through the grandstand directly behind us, beating their oil tins and their pitch oil pans. That lovely sound of Juve is taken over. So my son said Juve was going to start at 2 o'clock. It has started here. I guess they will make their way on stage. But they're picking up a bit of a group. I don't know how many of them are going to be allowed to go through onto the stage.
Well, we can certainly hope it's not too much of a group, because we do have to have the announcement of the winners. And that in itself does demand quite a few people on stage. The lights are coming up on stage as we're seeing very goodly the first characters, the Jap Jap on stage. As soon as there's enough light on stage, you'll be able to see the home on your screen.
But the other titles that can be won in the Carnival competition is the Dean and Dinah. Sorry, I'm thinking Dean and Dinah. I think of the best road march. I could think of Dean and Dinah. I meant the road march competition, and the holder of that one at this present time is the Mighty Duke with Thunder. Quite often you find that when a Calypsonian comes on the stage of the Dimanche Gras show and makes a very good showing, and it goes down well with the audience, a lot of the bands feel that, you know, it's a good idea to play their tune on stage in the Savannah, and of course that wins the road march competition.
This year we've been very blessed with a number of tunes that could possibly make the road march. I think at this stage it is far too early to try and predict which of the many marvelous road march type calypsos we've been hearing would in fact cop that title.
Carol gave a suggestion on Dateline a few weeks ago, one that I think should be listened to and, you know, I've thought about. Quite often the tune that wins the road march is not really played on the road as such. The band decided the tune they like playing, and so they come over there, they've rehearsed it a lot. They come here and they play it at the Savannah. But really, for someone who plays march, quite often you don't hear that tune very often once you're outside on the street. So Sparrow was suggesting that judges should be placed at various areas downtown, in Tobago, San Fernando, wherever there are bands parading. The band leaders and the people who run the DJ trucks or the bands are not told where these judges are, and they tally up the points, and that would give a true and clearer picture of what really was the popular tune of the day.
it's a very good suggestion, but one that would be very difficult to implement, I'm sure. It is very convenient here at Savannah to do most of the judging, because everybody's all here together, and it's very, therefore, physically a very easy thing to have all the judges sitting all together in one spot. Very difficult to have people placed all over the city.
Well, I think they're sitting in one spot, but with the road march, really, there's no judging in it. You just keep a record of the tunes that are passing, and this could be done just about anywhere.
Yeah, indeed. If you, it actually could be done from the various points, like the three main points where...
No, but then we come to the point again where the bands know that they're being counted.
Yes, but
and
it's
they
a
play that tune.
it's a question of convenience. It's, it's like an exam. It's like, the argument for having examinations is it is a very easy, practical way of judging a student's performance. And by the same token, this is an easy, practical way of judging a road march. Yes, but it could be tried by all means, One is always open to suggestions.
Of course, this is a very difficult time, I think, for all the people who've been involved in the program, because everyone wanted to be a winner. Luke Spencer, who is one of the producers of this show this evening, told me that he was wanting to make the presentation as beautiful as possible and try and get the Queen of Carnival to come up in their costume.
We shall shortly know. So will be.
Second stage, we have Mabel Cobb.
And Queen of Carnival.
And what looks like Joy Ryan as well.
This is going to be a new one. We don't know yet. The old one.
I think it is a slight Joy Ryan, a very well-known actress. And they are being met by Horace James and Alison Brown, who has been entertaining us throughout the evening. And in the Hobbit, and various other officials from the National Carnival Committee. And the results will soon be given to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, with me, so you all know, the chairman of the National Carnival Commission, Simon Mohammed, and other personnel from the NCC, Mr. Steve Plymouth, representing Manchester, one of the corporate sponsors.
Steve Plymouth from Manchester, one of the sponsors of the program.
And it's about that time. This young lady is Joy Ryan, well known in the dramatic news of TNT, and she's to be honored of announcing
Moment that we've all been waiting for.
in upward order the first Queen of Carnival and the Queen of Carnival
The
results.
Queen of Carnival category.
Thank you. We have the results. In the 8th position, Bride of the 21st Century.
8th position, Bride of the 21st Century.
Borokit no Borokit Pajaro.
Borokit no Borokit Pajaro in the 7th position.
In 6th place, The Enchanted Swan.
We've got a Swan, 6th position.
4th, Morning Star and The Light of Day, a tie.
There's a tie there for 4th, Morning Star and the Light of Day.
3rd, Bacchanal Woman.
3rd, Bacchanal Woman.
In 2nd place, Hot for Soul. And the winner, Laser Lady.
All right. So the new queen for 1988. In fact, she's not a new queen because she's a reigning queen from last
King
year.
of Carnival. In 8th
Laser
place,
Lady.
Basement from Hell. There's a tie for the 6th position. Spinning Top in Mud. And Vision of Fiesta Beauty. In 5th place, Saracen Blade, Legend of Death and Creation. In the 4th position, The Rise and Fall of King Chaka. 3rd, Be Savage. In 2nd place, Jason the Golden Fireman, and the winner is the Visitor.
And the new king,
Thank you, Joy.
the young king, in fact, is Sean de Freitas.
And now it is my joy to announce the winners
Position
in the Calypso Monarch competition. All of them being
fourth,
winners.
the rise and fall of Shaka. In fifth position, Saracen Blade. A tie to
Well,
spinning top.
Roja has asked me to have the
And the
winning King and Queen of Carnival please come on stage. Would Laser Lady and the Visitor please come on stage to be enrobed by Roja?
And the Queen of royalty now
and
is
the
King
Yemen,
Sean de
Alison
Freitas.
Brown.
The Queen.
And while they do that, the results of the Calypso competition. It's Jubilee morning. I won't keep you in suspense. In eighth position, Tambu.
And this is the start of the evening.
Number 7, Barry. Placing 6, Denise Plummer. Placing 5th, the Tigress. In 4th position, Protector. 3rd, Black Stalin. Either Gypsy or Crocro is the reigning monarch. Ladies and gentlemen, the reigning monarch, the new monarch, 1988, Crocro. In second place, Gypsy. Crocro is the new Calypso king of Trinidad and Tobago. Gypsy second, Black Stalin third, Protector fourth, Tigress fifth, Denise Plummer sixth, Bali seventh, Christopher Campbell Herbert eighth. Would the winners please come on stage? Would the winners please take their places on stage? Thank you very much.
The big upset of the evening. Tambu in eighth position.
Well, this about wraps up what's happening here
The Queen of
at the
Carnival
Savannah.
is being
On
enrolled
the stage is still
by
trying to
Roja
get the
of
king
his
and
game.
the Queen of Carnival to come and accept their prizes. I'm not sure if they're there or not because we're not really able to see what's going on because
And the
there's a
lady's
big crowd
name,
huddled
Nicole
around the
Cobham,
presentation.
the Laser Lady, presenting the Queen of Carnival, 1988. Laser Lady, Nicole Cobham.
Costume Laser Lady designed for her by Wayne Barkley.
Sean de Freitas, ladies and gentlemen, the Visitor, the new King of Carnival, 1988.
And there is the King of
Calling
Carnival.
Crocro,
Sean de Freitas is
calling the
first
new
year
Calypso monarch of
designing
CNC,
in the
Crocro,
big competition. He has done it in the
who has
program
added to
competition
his
before.
royals the national monarchy, in addition to Young King and 25th anniversary of independence monarch. Congratulations for a job well done, Crocro.
So there we have Nicole and Sean who will be
Ladies and
reigning
gentlemen,
over the carnival.
making his way through the crowd on stage.
And now
Our
we
25th
await the Calypso
independence
monarch to come on
anniversary
stage
Calypso
to
monarch.
his
Our
brand.
Young King, 1988. And the new Calypso monarch of Trinidad and Tobago, Western Rollins, Crocro.
The title, he followed this with
On behalf of the National Carnival Commission,
tonight's
my co-announcer, Joy Ryan,
Calypso competition.
David Elcock, thanking you for your patience and your love, wishing you a clean, happy carnival, and don't forget, watch how you play your mass. Don't let things get out of hand.
All of us here,
Good morning, everybody.
sign
God
off.
bless you.
Morris Jackson
Enjoy
and
yourself.
staff would like to say thank you very much for joining. To all the winners, we offer our sincerest congratulations. And to all of us who are going to play mass, to all of you who are going to work, we sincerely hope that Carnival is going to be a very special one Remember, let's keep it clean and be nice because it's nice.
Trinidad and Tobago Television completing its schedule for today. We hope that you've enjoyed our programs and look forward to your joining us at 4 o'clock this morning for Juve Live from Independence Square. So until then, this is Hazel Redmond, on behalf of the management and staff of CPT, wishing you a happy Carnival 1980 and saying a warm welcome to all our visitors here in TNT, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning.